Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Was it amazing or just okay? Drop a rating from 1 to 10 in the comments. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. I've had sleep paralysis since I was a teenager. If you've never had it, count yourself lucky. It's like waking up trapped inside your own body, your brain flickering between dreams and reality, while something, usually something awful, stands over you. Some people see shadowy figures, old hags, even demons sitting on their chests. Me? I have the shadow man. I don't know if man is even the right word. He doesn't have a face, or clothes, or anything resembling a person except for his shape. Just a tall, thin silhouette standing in the same spot every time, near the corner of my room, head slightly tilted like he's studying me. He never moves, never speaks, just watches. I used to be terrified, but after so many years of the same thing, I learned to live with it. He became routine, until last night. I woke up to that familiar, suffocating stillness. My chest felt heavy, my limbs useless. The dim glow of my alarm clock bathed my room in weak red light. 3:12 a.m. I already knew what I'd see before my eyes even adjusted. Him. Same place, same posture, but something was off. He wasn't looking at me. For the first time in my life, the shadow figure wasn't watching me sleep. His head was turned, body rigid, facing the doorway. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe, too loud. But my mind was screaming. Why wasn't he looking at me? What was in the doorway? At first, I couldn't see anything. The darkness beyond my bedroom stretched into the hallway, black and depthless. But as my vision adjusted, I noticed something subtle, just barely visible against the faint hallway light. The shadows there weren't right. It was like the darkness itself was shifting, moving, not like a person standing in the dark, more like the shadows were alive, pulsing. And my shadow man, my sleep paralysis demon, was afraid of it. I've never seen him move before, but last night, I swear I saw his posture change. He tensed, his head tilted further, and his entire body seemed smaller, almost like he was shrinking away from whatever was in the hall. I don't know how long I laid there, unable to move, forced to watch as this silent battle played out between two unseen forces. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to scream. But my body was locked, helpless, while the unnatural thing at my doorway loomed closer. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it was over. The shadow at the doorway receded, melting back into the darkness beyond my room. My shadow man remained frozen for a few more seconds. Then, in a blink, he was gone too. When I could finally move again, I bolted upright, gasping for air. My body ached like I'd been holding my breath the entire time. I flicked on my bedside lamp, heart slamming against my ribs. The room was empty, the hallway was still. But something about the air felt wrong. You know how a room feels when someone was just there? That faint warmth, the subtle shift in energy. That's how it felt. Except I knew that neither of them were people. I barely slept after that. Every sound, every creak of my old apartment sent me into a panic. It's been nearly 24 hours now, and I still can't shake the feeling that something changed last night. My sleep paralysis demon has always been the scariest thing in my world, but if even he's afraid of something, what the hell does that mean for me? I didn't go back to sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I shut my eyes, I pictured the way my sleep paralysis demon had looked, rigid, staring at the doorway like something worse had entered my space. The way the shadows in the hall had shifted, not like a person, but something bigger, something wrong. I left every light on until morning. Even then, I hesitated to step into the hallway. It was ridiculous, I knew that. My rational brain told me it was just a sleep paralysis episode gone wrong, maybe a trick of the light, but my gut was screaming at me to get the hell out. Still, life goes on. I had work. responsibilities. I couldn't just sit in my apartment, terrified of my own doorway. So I showered, got dressed, and did my best to ignore the unease coiling in my stomach. I live alone in a small one-bedroom apartment. It's nothing fancy, just a third-floor unit in an older building. The walls are thin, and I can hear my neighbors talking through the vents sometimes, but it's home, at least it used to be. That day at work, I could barely focus. I kept replaying the night in my head, searching for some logical explanation. Maybe I was just overtired. Maybe I'd fallen into a weird half-dream state where my mind conjured something new. But none of that explained the way my body had reacted. Like every instinct I had was screaming that something had changed. I tried telling myself it was nothing, that I'd get home, go to sleep, and things would go back to normal. But as soon as I stepped into my apartment that evening, I knew that wasn't going to happen. Something was off. At first I couldn't put my finger on it. The air smelled the same, the lights were still on from that morning. Nothing looked out of place. But the second I shut the door behind me, I felt it. That same charged stillness from the night before, like the room was waiting for something. I went about my night as usual, trying to shake the feeling. I made dinner, put on a show in the background, scrolled through my phone. But no matter how much I distracted myself, I kept catching myself looking at the hallway. By midnight I was exhausted, but the idea of turning off the lights made my skin crawl. I ended up leaving my bedside lamp on when I finally climbed into bed, telling myself that everything would be fine. I woke up to paralysis again. The clock read 3:08 a.m., 4 minutes earlier than the night before. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes adjusted to the dim glow of my lamp. I didn't want to look. I did not want to look, but I had to. The shadow man was there. Same spot, same posture, except this time he was already facing the doorway. My stomach dropped. My muscles strained against the invisible force holding me down, but I was locked in place. Then I saw it. The shadows in the hallway were moving again. At first it was subtle, a ripple, a shift. But then it stepped inside. I didn't know what I was looking at. It wasn't like my sleep paralysis demon, which had a defined shape even if it was unnatural. This thing was formless, like a mass of darkness bleeding into the air itself. And the second it entered my room, my shadow man, the same entity that had haunted me for years without fear, took a step back. I've never seen him move before, not once. But now he was retreating. And then, for the first time in my life, I heard something. A sound, so low and distorted I couldn't tell if it was real or in my head. Not a voice, not exactly. More like a deep, rumbling vibration, as if the air itself was growling. The darkness at the doorway pulsed, spreading outward like ink in water. My shadow man backed away further, head tilting down slightly, almost as if he was bowing. And that was the moment I knew he wasn't the predator in this situation. He was prey. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might stop. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to move, to run, to wake up, but I was frozen. I couldn't do anything except watch as the formless shadow expanded, creeping forward in slow, deliberate motions. It was coming toward me. The weight on my chest grew heavier, like something was pressing down on me from all sides. The rumbling sound grew louder, vibrating in my bones. The air itself felt thick, suffocating. My vision blurred at the edges, and for a split second I swore I could see something within the darkness, something shifting, twisting, changing shape too fast to comprehend. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The formless shadow recoiled, retreating back toward the hallway. My shadow man didn't move, didn't react. He just stood there watching until the darkness fully disappeared into the hallway. Silence. I could move again. I gasped for air, rolling onto my side, body shaking with the force of my own heartbeat. The room was empty. The doorway was just a doorway again. But the feeling lingered, the absolute certainty that something had been in my room, something that didn't belong. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I didn't even stay in my bedroom. I spent the next few hours sitting on my couch, every light on, trying to make sense of what happened. I always thought sleep paralysis was just a trick of the mind, that the shadow figure in my room was just a byproduct of my brain, messing up the transition between sleep and wakefulness. But now I'm not so sure. Because if my shadow man is just a hallucination, just a glitch of my sleeping brain, then what the hell was he afraid of? I didn't go back to my bedroom after that night. I couldn't. The moment I stepped out of bed, something in me just knew. I wasn't supposed to sleep in there again. I tried to push through it. I really did. I forced myself to sit in my room the next day with the door wide open, staring at the empty hallway, trying to prove to myself that it was all just sleep paralysis, that it wasn't real. But it was. That night I slept on my couch with every light on. No paralysis, no shadow figures, nothing. Just an uneasy feeling lingering under my skin, like something was watching. I told myself it would pass, that the fear would fade, and I'd go back to my normal life, but the third night came and the feeling only got worse. It wasn't just paranoia. My apartment felt different. I don't know how to explain it, but when you live in a place long enough, you just know it's rhythm. The way the air feels when you walk in, the familiar hum of your appliances, the way light moves through the rooms at different times of the day. Everything felt off now. The air was heavier, thicker. The silence wasn't just silence, it was loaded, like the entire apartment was holding its breath. And the worst part? I stopped seeing my shadow man. I should have been relieved, right? The figure that had haunted me for years was gone. But somehow that only made it worse. Because if he was really just a product of my mind, if he was just another sleep paralysis hallucination, why did his absence feel so wrong? By the fifth night I was on the verge of a breakdown. I hadn't been sleeping much, and when I did, it was light and restless, my body constantly on edge. Every time I closed my eyes, I expected to wake up paralyzed again, staring at something worse than before. I needed to get out of there. I packed a bag that morning and left. I didn't even have a real plan. I just knew I couldn't stay. I called out of work, drove 2 towns over, and checked into a cheap motel for the night. It wasn't great, but the moment I stepped inside, I felt like I could breathe again. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. No paralysis, no shadows, just deep, dreamless sleep. But when I woke up the next morning, my stomach dropped. My car key, the spare one I never used, the one I kept in the little dish by my apartment door, was sitting on the motel nightstand. I know I didn't bring it with me. I checked my bag twice before leaving. The key hadn't been there, but somehow it was here now. I packed up and left immediately. I don't know what I was expecting when I got back to my apartment, but the second I walked in, I felt it. It was worse now. The air was heavy, suffocating. The lights felt dimmer even though I'd left them all on. My stomach churned as I stepped inside, and when I turned to shut the door, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The floor by the doorway, the exact spot where my shadow man had always stood, was covered in dust. Not a little. A thick layer, like nothing had been there in years. I couldn't breathe. I backed away, my mind racing. The figure that had watched me sleep for years, the one I'd seen just days ago, had left no trace, like he had never really been there at all. I slept at a friend's place that night. I didn't tell them everything, just that I was feeling weird about my apartment, that I needed a break. They didn't ask too many questions, thankfully. The next day, I broke my lease. I didn't care about the penalties, didn't care that I had to forfeit my security deposit. I packed my essentials, shoved the rest of my belongings into a storage unit, and found a temporary rental on the other side of the city. I didn't step foot in that apartment again. I still don't know what happened to me in those last few nights there. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe the stress and exhaustion from years of sleep paralysis had finally gotten to me. Maybe my brain had created something so terrifying, so fundamentally wrong, that it made the demon I had lived with for years run away. Or maybe it wasn't just in my head. I think about that last night a lot. The moment when my shadow man stepped back, the way he almost bowed, like he recognized whatever was at the door. like he knew he was powerless against it, and if something that had haunted me for years was afraid of what came next. I don't think I want to know what would have happened if I had stayed. To this day, I have no idea what happened that night, but I hope I'll be okay.
I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a cheap rental close enough to work that I wouldn't have to suffer through traffic every morning. The house I found was perfect for that. It was a little old, a little run down, but it had character. The kind of place that needed a few coats of paint but felt like a home. The landlord was an older guy, maybe in his late 50s, with tired eyes and a smoker's rasp. His name was Don, and he seemed harmless enough polite, but not particularly chatty. "It's an old house," he told me when I came for the walkthrough. "The plumbing's a little finicky, and the floors creak like hell, but it's solid. Rent's cheap because it's been sitting empty for a while." I asked why. Don just shrugged. "People come and go. Some folks don't like the basement." That should have been my first red flag. I laughed a little. "What's wrong with it?" "Nothing." He gestured vaguely toward the back of the house. "Just a weird setup. Some storage space down there, but the door sticks. Probably don't even need to go down there anyway." I glanced at the basement door as we walked through the house. It was old and heavy, made of dark wood, with a tarnished brass handle. It looked wrong, somehow too solid, like it belonged in a different house altogether. The lock was built into the handle. No keyhole, just an old-fashioned turn latch that wouldn't budge when I twisted it. "Like I said," Don muttered, "sticks." I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured if the basement was just storage, I wouldn't need to worry about it. I signed the lease the next day. The first week in the house was normal. I worked long shifts at a bookstore downtown, so most nights I came home exhausted. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older folks who kept to themselves. No loud music, no street noise, just the occasional bark of a dog or hum of a passing car. I liked it. It felt safe. But the house itself was loud in a different way. Every night as I lay in bed, I'd hear little sounds, nothing crazy. Just the occasional creak from the floorboards or a soft tap from the pipes. Old house noises. Or at least that's what I told myself. Then I started hearing something else. It was around the 5th night when I woke up to a strange sound just past midnight. A rustling noise, faint but steady, like someone shifting around in another room. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. I turned over, trying to go back to sleep. Thump. A dull, muffled thud somewhere beneath me. I sat up slowly, heart hammering. It had come from the floor. I stared down at the hardwood, barely visible in the dim glow from the streetlight outside. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. For a long time there was nothing, just silence. Then, scratch. A faint, dragging sound, like something raking against wood. I swallowed hard. My mind raced for logical explanations, pipes shifting, the house settling, maybe even a raccoon under the porch. I got out of bed, moving carefully, and tiptoed through the house. Everything was still. The kitchen was empty. The doors were locked. Then my eyes landed on the basement door. It looked the same as before, shut, motionless. But as I stood there staring at it, I had this strange, gnawing feeling in my gut. Like something on the other side was staring back. I shook myself off and went back to bed. It was an old house. Old houses made noise. That's what I told myself over and over until I finally fell asleep. A few nights later, it happened again. I woke up to a noise in the kitchen, like something shuffling across the floor. My stomach clenched. I sat up, straining to hear. Another shuffle. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark. Slowly, carefully, I slid out of bed, my heart in my throat. The hallway was empty. I moved toward the kitchen, my socks silent against the floor. My pulse thudded in my ears as I aimed the light toward the counter. Nothing. The room was exactly how I left it. The sink empty, the fridge closed, the cabinets shut. Then my eyes flicked to the back door. I felt a cold chill creep up my spine. The door was still locked, but the curtain was shifted, just slightly, like someone had brushed against it. I checked the lock 3 times before going back to bed. I barely slept. By the end of the second week, I started noticing other things. Little details that didn't make sense. My keys weren't where I left them. I swore I'd dropped them in the bowl by the front door, but the next morning, they were on the kitchen counter. The milk was sitting out. I didn't remember using it, but there it was, warming on the counter. At first, I thought I was just being forgetful. I was working long shifts. I was tired. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But then I found the footprint. It was on the floor near the back door, a smudge of dirt against the hardwood, too big to be mine. I tried to convince myself it was old. Maybe Don had tracked it in when he showed me the place. Maybe I hadn't noticed it before. But deep down, I knew better. Something was off in this house. I started locking my bedroom door at night. And that was when the dreams started. They were always the same. I'd be lying in bed, unable to move, staring at the ceiling while a faint scratching sound filled the room. Then slowly my eyes would drift downward toward the floorboards. There'd be a hole, a small splintered crack in the wood, just big enough to see through. And on the other side, something would be watching me. The worst part? I'd wake up and swear I could still hear the breathing. The thing about living alone is that you start to second-guess yourself a lot. Did I leave the kitchen light on? Did I forget to lock the door? Did I really put my phone on the table, or am I just remembering yesterday? That's what I kept telling myself. That's how I justified the little things, the small things. But then they stopped being small. The food was the first real clue. One morning I opened the fridge and immediately noticed it. My loaf of bread, the one I'd just bought, was open. Not torn, not chewed on, just open, the twist tie placed neatly beside it. I don't eat a lot at home, mostly takeout or snacks, quick things I can grab between shifts, but I knew for a fact that I hadn't touched that bread since putting it away. I frowned, picking it up. The first few slices were gone. Not moldy, not old, gone. My stomach clenched. Had I eaten them? I tried to replay the last couple of days in my head. Maybe I had made toast and just forgotten? But deep down, I knew I hadn't. A chill ran up my arms. I checked the rest of the fridge, my heart pounding a little too fast. The milk carton was lighter than I remembered. The peanut butter jar, the lid was loose. I closed the fridge and stood there for a moment, just listening. Nothing. No creaks, no movement, just the quiet hum of the kitchen. I shook myself off and grabbed my bag for work. I was overthinking. I had to be. But then, as I reached for my keys, I noticed something else. The back door. It was locked, but the curtain was wrong again. It was pulled just slightly to the side, like someone had peeked out. I swallowed hard, staring at it. The memory of that footprint came back to me, the one I found by the door last week. I had scrubbed it away, convinced myself it was old, but now I wasn't so sure. I stepped closer, my pulse hammering. Slowly, carefully, I pulled the curtain back and looked outside. The yard was empty. The gate was still latched. The street beyond was quiet, lined with parked cars and empty sidewalks. Nothing. But my gut told me otherwise. I locked both doors before leaving for work that day. And when I got home that night, I double-checked them again. Then I checked the basement door. Still locked, still unmoving. But somehow that didn't make me feel any better. A few days later, I woke up in the middle of the night. Not to a sound, not to a dream, just a feeling. Something was off. I rolled onto my side, blinking into the darkness. My bedroom door was shut, locked from the inside like always. The streetlight outside cast a dim orange glow through my curtains. Then I noticed it. The smell. It was faint, but wrong, a damp, musty scent, like old wood and stagnant air. I sat up slowly, my pulse picking up. The smell was strong enough to make my stomach turn. It wasn't there before. I reached for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut across my room, illuminating the floorboards. Nothing out of place. I hesitated, then swung my legs over the side of the bed. And that's when I heard it. A sound so subtle, so quiet, I almost missed it. Breathing. Shallow. Slow. Not mine. Not outside. Below me. My chest tightened. I froze, barely daring to inhale. For a long moment, I didn't move. Then, very carefully, I pressed my foot down against the floor. The wood didn't just creak, it shifted. A fraction of an inch, barely enough to see, but I felt it. The boards weren't solid, there was space beneath them. The air in the room turned heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. I wasn't alone. I jerked my feet back onto the bed, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might wake up the whole neighborhood. I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling as I hovered over the call button. Who the hell do I even call? The police? The landlord? The breathing had stopped. But the house was too quiet now. I sat there, clutching my phone, listening. And then, a tiny, deliberate tap from beneath the floorboards. I launched off the bed, shoving myself against the opposite wall, barely holding back a scream. My vision blurred. I had to get out. But just as my fingers fumbled for the lock on my bedroom door, a noise stopped me cold. Something moving. Not inside my room, not outside. Below. The wood beneath my bed creaked a deep, groaning shift, like weight pressing against it. I felt my stomach lurch. I don't remember unlocking the door, don't remember running down the hallway. My body moved before my brain could catch up. I flew through the house, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood, my breath stuck in my throat. I didn't stop, not even when I heard it. A soft, slow dragging sound. Coming from the basement door. I barely looked as I ran past, but in the corner of my eye I saw something that made my skin prickle with terror. The lock. The same rusted latch that hadn't budged since the day I moved in. It was unlatched. Hanging loose. I didn't stop running. I made it outside, slamming the front door behind me, gasping in the cold night air. The street was empty, my neighbor's windows dark. No one had heard me, no one had seen me. I turned back to the house, my chest rising and falling in shallow gasps. Nothing moved. The curtains in my bedroom window were still. The porch light flickered weakly, casting long shadows against the ground. But I knew someone was in there. I could feel it. Watching, waiting, and I had the sickest feeling in my gut. They had always been there. I backed away, not taking my eyes off the house, and pulled out my phone with trembling fingers. This time I wasn't calling the landlord. This time I was calling the police. The 911 operator picked up on the second ring. I was still outside, standing in the middle of my driveway in nothing but an old hoodie and pajama pants, my breath fogging in the cold night air. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone to my ear. "What's your emergency?" I opened my mouth to answer, but no words came out at first. My brain was still trying to process what just happened, the noises, the breathing, the damn basement door unlocking by itself. I forced myself to speak, to think someone's in my house. The words felt surreal coming out of my mouth. Saying them made it real. The dispatcher's tone immediately changed. "Are you inside the residence?" "No," I said quickly. "Two ran out. I'm in my driveway." "Can you see anyone inside?" I turned back to the house. The windows stared back at me, empty and dark. The front door was shut, just like I left it. From the outside, everything looked normal, like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just heard something breathing under my bedroom floor. I swallowed hard. "No, but I know someone's in there." "Did you see them?" I hesitated. "No, but I heard them, in the floor and the basement door." I stopped. Something was wrong. The basement door. I could see it from where I was standing, the narrow glass panel next to the back door, barely visible from my angle. It was open. Wide open. My stomach dropped. The dispatcher's voice brought me back. "Ma'am?" "The basement door is open." My own voice sounded distant, detached. "I locked it. I know I did." There was a pause. Then, "Stay where you are. Officers are on their way." I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. "Okay." I hung up, my heartbeat slamming against my ribs. I took another step back from the house, my pulse hammering. The yard suddenly felt too big, too open. I didn't want to stand there, completely exposed. I backed toward my car, gripping my keys so hard they dug into my palm. I unlocked the driver's side door, climbed in, and slammed the lock down. Then I waited. The silence stretched. The house just sat there, dark and still. I kept expecting something, movement in the windows, a shadow in the doorway, a figure stepping out from that open basement door. Nothing. It felt like forever before I saw the red and blue lights flashing at the end of the street. I nearly cried when the first officer stepped out of his patrol car. They took me seriously right away. Maybe it was the way I looked, barefoot, shaking, my face pale and tight with panic. Or maybe it was because I wasn't the first person to call them about this house. Two officers, Reynolds and Connors, walked me through what would happen. They were going inside. They'd check every room, including the basement. If someone was in there, they'd find them. I didn't go with them. I didn't want to. Instead, I sat in the passenger seat of a second patrol car, blanket wrapped around my shoulders, watching the house like it might move. The front door opened. The officers stepped inside, flashlights cutting through the dark. For the next few minutes, I watched those beams of light flicker behind the windows, moving from the living room to the kitchen, then down the hallway toward my bedroom. Then they went to the basement. And that's when things got weird. It started with the voices. I couldn't hear what was being said at first, just the muffled sound of the officers talking to each other. Then came the creaks of footsteps, the occasional static crackle from their radios. Then silence. Longer than it should have been. I tensed, gripping the blanket tighter around my shoulders. Seconds stretched. Then, "Jesus Christ," one of them muttered. Not over the radio. From inside the house. The other officer's voice was lower, more serious. I couldn't make out the words, but I caught something about a crawl space. I sat up straighter, pressing forward against the dashboard. Then their radios clicked on. "This is Officer Reynolds. We need backup at address." My stomach turned to ice. "Backup?" The second officer spoke into his radio, voice sharper now. "We have evidence of forced entry. Possible concealed access point." Concealed access point. Crawl space. The words sank into me like lead. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The dispatcher responded quickly, her voice calm but firm. "Understood. Dispatching additional units." Connors and Reynolds didn't come out of the house. They were still inside, checking, searching. I felt like I was going to throw up. I knew it. I knew something had been wrong. But I hadn't done anything. I had stayed in that house, alone, night after night. I had slept there, while someone else had been inside with me. The backup officers arrived fast, 3 more squad cars, 5 more cops. They rushed toward the house, flashlights and radios going at once. This time, I could hear them clearly. Found a passage behind the basement wall. Leads to a crawl space under the floorboards. Evidence someone's been living here. I couldn't move. Couldn't even blink. Then over the radio. "We found something." The officers near me stiffened. There was a pause. Then Reynolds' voice crackled through the radio again, quieter this time. "Jesus, there's a mattress down here." My mouth went dry. Another voice chimed in. "Personal belongings, clothes, food wrappers." A longer pause. Then, in a voice I'll never forget, "There are photos." The officer closest to me swore under his breath. I turned to him, my whole body numb. "Photos?" I whispered. He hesitated. Then he pressed his lips into a thin line. "They're of you." I felt everything drain from my body. All the air, all the blood, everything. There were pictures of me. In my house. In my bedroom. I don't remember much after that. Everything blurred the rush of more officers, the questions, the paramedics checking my vitals. I barely registered any of it. I was just staring at my house. My home. The place where I had lived alone for the past 3 weeks. Except I hadn't been alone at all. There had been someone else there the entire time. Watching me. Listening to me. Sleeping beneath my floorboards. I wasn't allowed back inside the house that night. The police taped off the basement, called in more units, and started taking statements. I sat in the back of a patrol car, a blanket draped over my shoulders, trying to hold on to the last shred of reality I had left. Because none of this felt real. The officers kept asking the same questions, but my answers never changed. No, I hadn't noticed anything missing except for small things, food, keys moved out of place. No, I hadn't seen anyone. No, I didn't know how long they had been there. And the worst part, I didn't know how they got in. That's what terrified me the most. The landlord, Don, showed up an hour later. His truck pulled into the driveway, tires crunching against the pavement, and he stepped out looking annoyed more than anything. "What the hell's going on?" he asked, waving a hand at the patrol cars. One of the officers pulled him aside. I was too far away to hear most of it, but I saw the way his face changed as they spoke, the way his mouth went tight. Then he turned and looked straight at me. And for a split second, just a second, I thought I saw something else behind his eyes. Not shock, not concern. Something closer to guilt. They pulled a man out of the crawl space around sunrise. I didn't watch it happen. I couldn't. I was still in the patrol car, wrapped in the same useless blanket, staring at my knees. But I heard it. The shuffling of boots on wood, the short, sharp commands, the sound of some being dragged up a set of basement stairs. The officer nearest to me muttered under his breath, "Jesus." I turned my head just enough to see. The man was thin, filthy. His clothes were dark and ragged, his hair greasy and hanging in his face. He kept his head down, shoulders hunched, like an animal caught in a trap. But that wasn't what made my stomach turn. It was the way he moved. Like he wasn't used to standing up straight anymore. Like he had been down there for a long, long time. I felt my breath catch. My hands tightened around the blanket. I had been living above him, sleeping, eating, moving through my days like normal, completely unaware that someone was just below me, curled up in the dark, listening to everything. How many nights had I spent alone in my bedroom, watching television, scrolling my phone, laughing at dumb videos? How many nights had he been directly beneath me, listening? I felt sick. I had to force myself to look away. They found his setup in the crawl space. A thin mattress, some old blankets, crumpled food wrappers, an empty water bottle. And the photos. The officers didn't let me see them. One of them, Reynolds, the one who had gone down, first pulled me aside and told me gently that it would be better if I didn't. That was all I needed to hear. But I saw the way his jaw clenched, the way his fingers tightened around the folder in his hand. And I knew. They weren't just pictures of me inside the house. They were pictures of me sleeping. The man didn't talk much. He gave the police his name, Gregory Kane, age 46, no known address, no official records in the last 10 years. Could be homeless, one of the officers said, but something doesn't add up. They asked him how he got in. He didn't answer. They asked him how long he'd been there. He just smiled. A slow, knowing smile that made my skin crawl. I didn't want to be anywhere near him. By noon, I was sitting in a diner down the road with a cup of coffee I couldn't drink. Jason had driven down to meet me. He was the closest thing I had to family in this town, an old co-worker who had become a friend over time. When I told him what happened, he showed up without hesitation. "You're not going back there," he said. "I know." I had already texted Don, telling him I was terminating my lease immediately. He didn't argue. He didn't even ask for next month's rent. Jason took a sip of his own coffee, watching me. "You okay?" I let out a slow breath. "I don't know." And that was the truth. I felt like I was watching my own life from the outside, like none of this had actually happened to me. Like if I went back home, I'd walk through the door and everything would be normal. Except I didn't have a home anymore. I couldn't go back. Would never go back. I rubbed my arms, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt. The diner was bright, filled with the sound of clinking dishes and low conversation, but it still felt wrong. Like I was being watched. Jason must have seen something in my face, because his expression softened. "Come stay with me for a while," he said, "just until you figure out your next move." I didn't hesitate. Okay. The police kept in touch for the next few weeks. They had searched the house top to bottom, but they never figured out how Gregory had gotten in. No forced entry, no broken windows. The only explanation? He had been there before me. Waiting. I asked Don if he had known, if he had any idea that someone might have been living down there. He swore up and down that he didn't. I didn't believe him, but I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to forget. It's been 3 months. I moved to a different town, got a new place, a tiny apartment in a busy complex. No basement, no crawl space. I double-check the locks every night, sometimes even triple-check. I don't leave food out, I don't let things go missing. And I never, ever ignore strange noises. Most nights I sleep okay. Other nights I wake up at exactly 3:12 a.m. for no reason. And when I do, I don't move. I don't roll over, I don't check my phone. I just listen. And even though I know it's impossible, even though I know I'm safe, there's still a part of me that's afraid I'll hear it again. That slow, quiet sound. The breathing beneath the floor. I don't know why we let Eric talk us into this. Looking back, there were little signs, things I brushed off because we'd been friends for so long. I trusted him. Maybe that was my mistake. There were 5 of us, me, Eric, Ryan, Kyle, and Jason. We'd been planning this hiking trip for weeks. Just a simple weekend out in the mountains, good views, some beers by the fire, nothing crazy. We'd done trips like this before, but this time, Eric had picked the spot. "This trail's barely known," he said, when we met up in the parking lot that morning. No crowds, no screaming kids, just pure wilderness. I should have paid more attention to how excited he seemed. The first few hours were normal. The air was crisp, the trees thick and green, sunlight breaking through the branches in golden patches. The trail itself was well worn but empty, and for a while it was perfect, just us, the crunch of dirt under our boots, the occasional bird call. Ryan and Kyle walked up ahead, cracking jokes about how every hiking trip turns into a deep conversation about life by the second day. Jason stuck with me, adjusting the straps of his pack every few minutes. Eric led the way. It was after lunch when he suggested the shortcut. We'd stopped by a small clearing to rest, passing around granola bars and water bottles. The official trail curved to the right, winding down a steep slope before disappearing into the trees. That's when Eric pointed to something barely visible through the woods, a narrow, unmarked path cutting straight ahead. "Way faster," he said. "Shaves like 2 hours off the trip." I frowned. "How do you know that?" "I've done this trail before," he said casually. "A while back. This connects to the main route just past the river." Ryan looked skeptical. "If it's faster, why isn't it on the map?" Eric shrugged. "Probably not maintained, but it's fine. I wouldn't take us anywhere sketchy." That was the thing about Eric. He had this way of making anything sound reasonable. I'd known him since high school, and he'd always been like that, persuasive, confident. The kind of guy who could talk you into climbing a fence just to see what was on the other side. We hesitated, but in the end, we followed him. At first, the shortcut didn't seem like a bad idea. The path was narrow, but still walkable, the trees pressing in closer on either side. It was quieter, not even wind in the branches, just the sound of our footsteps. That was the first thing I noticed. The silence. Normally the woods are full of little sounds, birds, insects, leaves rustling. But as we moved deeper, it was like the forest swallowed every noise. The further we went, the heavier the air felt, the more muffled everything became. Kyle must have noticed too, because he made a joke about it. "Feels like we're in one of those horror movies," he said, "where they take a random shortcut and then never come back." Ryan snorted. "Yeah, except instead of a psycho in a mask, we'd probably just get eaten by a bear." But Jason Hay wasn't laughing. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered. I agreed with him, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be the one to make a big deal out of nothing. And besides, Eric seemed completely fine walking ahead, casual as ever, like he'd done this 100 times before. Then we saw the first carving. It was small, just a symbol, cut deep into the bark of a tree, 3 overlapping circles perfectly symmetrical. At first, I thought it was some hiker's attempt at leaving a marker, but then I saw another, and another. Within 5 minutes, we'd passed at least 10 of them, all spaced out along the trees, the same shape, carved with the same precision. Kyle slowed down, running his fingers over one. "What the hell is this?" "Probably just some locals messing around," Eric said. Jason shook his head. "These look old." Ryan crouched by a fallen log, brushing dirt off something. "They're on the ground, too." I looked down. Sure enough, there were more carvings etched into rocks, burned into fallen branches. It was weird, really weird. "Let's just keep moving," Eric said. I should have argued. I should have told him we needed to turn around, that this wasn't normal, but I didn't. I told myself it was nothing, just some weird hiker tradition we didn't know about. So we kept going. By late afternoon, the sky started to shift, the light turning that soft golden color that meant we needed to find a place to set up camp soon. "We should get back to the main trail," Jason said. "Almost there," Eric replied. "Just a little further." We hiked another half hour, then an hour. The main trail never appeared. By the time we stopped, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, stretching long shadows across the ground. "We should have hit the river by now," Ryan said, his voice tight. Eric hesitated, but only for a second. "We must have veered off a bit. No big deal. We'll find it tomorrow." "No big deal," Jason snapped. "We've been walking for hours, man. If this was really a shortcut, we should be at camp right now." Eric sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Look, I miscalculated. We'll figure it out in the morning." It was a bullshit answer, and we all knew it. But arguing wouldn't help, not when it was getting dark. We set up camp in a small clearing. Nobody talked much. Ryan and Kyle gathered firewood, while Jason sat on a log, staring off into the trees like he was waiting for something to move. I kept thinking about those symbols. I told myself they were meaningless, just random carvings. But deep down, I didn't believe that. And as the fire crackled and the shadows stretched longer around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone out here. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, disoriented, my face half buried in my sleeping bag. The fire had burned low, just glowing embers now, and for a second, I didn't know what had woken me. Then I noticed it. The silence. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant chirp of crickets, nothing. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring, like your brain is trying to fill in the absence of sound. It was the same unnatural quiet we'd noticed on the trail, but now it felt even heavier, pressing in on my skull like a dull headache. I sat up slowly, looking around. The others were still sleeping, Ryan curled up with his jacket over his face, Kyle halfway out of his bag, one arm draped over his pack. Jason wasn't in his sleeping bag. My stomach clenched. I turned my head, scanning the camp, and there he was sitting on a log near the fire, staring into the dark woods. "Jason," my voice was hoarse. He didn't move at first, just sat there, motionless. Then finally, he turned his head slightly, like he'd only just realized I was awake. "Couldn't sleep," he muttered. I got up, my legs stiff from hiking all day. The cold hit me immediately, sharper than before, like the temperature had dropped way more than it should have. I pulled my hoodie tighter around me and walked over, sitting down next to him. "You hear that?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He just nodded, his eyes still fixed on the tree line. It was starting to freak me out. I followed his gaze, squinting into the darkness. Nothing. Just the thick wall of trees, barely visible in the dim light of the embers. "Feels like the whole forest is holding its breath," he said finally. I didn't know what to say to that. He was right. For a while we just sat there, both of us staring out into the woods, listened to the silence. Then, somewhere in the distance, a snap, like a branch breaking underfoot. I stiffened. Jason heard it too. He sat up straighter, shoulders tensing. Another snap, closer this time. We weren't alone. I reached over and nudged Ryan, whispering his name. He groaned, half asleep, but when I nudged him again, he finally stirred. "What?" he mumbled. I put a finger to my lips. "Listen." For a moment, there was nothing, just that awful, suffocating silence. Then, crunch. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps. Ryan shot up, instantly awake now. He looked at me, then at Jason, then toward the sound. Kyle stirred next, muttering something about being cold, but before he could fully wake up, another sound cut through the stillness. A whisper. I swear to God, it was a whisper, too low to make out the words, but it came from just beyond the trees. My breath caught in my throat. Jason was already reaching for his flashlight. He clicked it on and aimed the beam into the woods. Nothing. Just trees, stretching endlessly into the black. He swept the light left, then right. Still nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just moved just out of range of the light, slipping deeper into the dark. Ryan cursed under his breath. Probably an animal. "No," Jason said. His voice was dead serious. That was a voice. Ryan started to argue, but then the whisper came again. This time, it was on the other side of camp. Closer. Kyle sat up fast. What the hell was that? No one answered. We were all frozen. Eric, who had been sleeping deeper than anyone, finally stirred. "What's going on?" "Shh," I hissed. For a few seconds, everything was still. Then, from somewhere out in the trees, a low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the leaves. That was it. I grabbed my boots, yanking them on as fast as I could. Jason was already standing, gripping his flashlight so tightly his knuckles were white. Ryan looked around wildly, like he was trying to decide if this was some kind of elaborate prank. Eric, though, he just sat there, completely calm. That's when I noticed something. He wasn't scared, not like the rest of us. In fact, he almost looked expectant, like he'd been waiting for this. I swallowed hard. We need to leave, now. Ryan nodded. Screw this. I'm not sticking around to find out what that was. But Eric, he just sighed, rubbing his hands together like we'd just told him something mildly annoying, like he knew we were going to say that. Relax, he said. You guys are overreacting. I stared at him. Did you not hear that? It's the woods, man. Sounds carry weird. Probably just an echo. Jason turned to him. Then why the hell was it on both sides of us? Eric didn't answer. That was when Kyle grabbed his pack. Nope, I'm out. He was up and moving before anyone could stop him, stepping toward the path we'd come from. And that's when we saw it. The carvings. I don't know how we didn't notice before. Maybe we were too tired, too distracted. But now that we were looking, they were everywhere. All around our campsite, more symbols had been carved into the trees. Not just the 3 circles we'd seen earlier. New ones, different ones. I couldn't breathe. They hadn't been there when we set up camp. I was sure of it. But now, as the firelight flickered, they seemed to glow the fresh cuts in the bark stark against the blackened trunks. Ryan took a step back. Tell me someone did this before we got here. No one answered. Because we all knew the truth. Someone or something had done this while we were sleeping. Kyle turned back to us. We're leaving, right now. Eric exhaled sharply, standing up. Guys, calm down. His voice was steady, but I saw it just for a second. A flicker of something in his eyes. Not fear, not confusion. Annoyance. Like we were ruining something for him. And that was the moment I knew Eric hadn't just picked this trail at random. He knew. He knew about the carvings. He knew about the silence. He knew about whatever was out there. And he brought us here anyway. I don't know if it was the carvings or the whispers in the dark, but something finally snapped in Ryan. We're leaving, he said, right now. He was already stuffing his sleeping bag into his pack, moving fast. Kyle was right behind him. Jason didn't even argue, was rolling up his mat, shoving gear into his bag like his life depended on it. And then there was Eric. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching us like we were a bunch of kids throwing a tantrum. You guys are being ridiculous. I stopped, glaring at him. Are you serious? Eric sighed. Yeah, I am. Think about it for 2 seconds. If something was out there, wouldn't we have seen it by now? You're all freaking out over some weird echoes and a couple of old carvings. I felt my stomach twist. That tone, that calm, dismissive way he was talking. Like he was trying to keep us here. Kyle pulled his straps tight. I don't care, man. I'm not spending another night in these woods. Jason was already grabbing his flashlight. We backtrack, find the trail, get the hell out. Ryan turned to me. You coming? I nodded, throwing my pack over my shoulders. I didn't know where we were going, but I knew one thing: I wasn't staying in that clearing. Eric just stood there. For a second, I thought he was going to let us go, that he'd give up and follow, realize he wasn't going to talk us out of it. But then he exhaled sharply, shook his head, and muttered something under his breath. Something that sounded like, "They never make it easy." My blood turned cold. "What did you just say?" I asked. Eric didn't answer. He just looked up, and I swear to God, I saw pity in his eyes. Then behind us, the sound of branches breaking. Not a snap, not a single step. A full-body crash. Like something huge was moving through the trees. Kyle swung his flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating nothing but shifting branches and empty space. Then the whispering started again. But this time, it wasn't distant. It was close. Jason grabbed my arm. "Go." And just like that, we ran. We didn't check the map. We didn't even think. We just picked a direction and sprinted, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping against our arms and faces. Behind us, I heard Eric call out. Not panicked, not scared, just annoyed. "Guys, come on." Like we were ruining his night. I didn't look back. We kept running until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were about to give out. The ground sloped down beneath us, steep and uneven, and at some point, Kyle tripped, tumbling forward with a curse. Ryan hauled him up, and we kept moving. The whispering followed us. It was everywhere. On both sides, behind us, threading through the trees like 100 voices overlapping, words we couldn't understand. Then Jason stopped. I almost crashed into him. What the hell? He turned, his face pale. "Where's Ryan?" I whipped around. Ryan had been right behind us. I was sure of it. But now he was gone. My heart slammed against my ribs. Ryan. The forest swallowed my voice. Jason took a step forward, shining his flashlight through the trees. The beam shook in his hand. Then we heard it. Ryan's voice. But it was wrong. Too flat, too calm. "Guys, over here." I turned to Jason. His jaw was clenched so tight I thought his teeth might break. "That's not him," he whispered. The light flickered over the trees, searching, searching. Then Jason grabbed my arm and bolted. I didn't ask. I didn't hesitate. I just ran. The whispering surged around us, rising, growing into something almost like laughter. And then, the trees ended. We burst into an open clearing, our momentum nearly sending us tumbling forward. I braced myself, gasping for air. Jason spun, pointing his flashlight back toward the tree line. Empty. Nothing moved, no sound. The whispering had stopped. For a few seconds, all we could hear was our own ragged breathing. Then Kyle spoke, his voice shaking. "Where's Ryan?" I swallowed, trying to catch my breath. I don't know." Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the clearing. "We have to go back for him." Kyle hesitated. His hands were clenched into fists. That thing, it sounded like him. None of us wanted to say what we were all thinking. That maybe it was him. That maybe it wasn't. Jason took a deep breath. "We'll find him. We just need to." A branch snapped. This time, it wasn't behind us. It was in front of us. Kyle swung the flashlight toward the sound, and Eric stepped into the beam. He looked perfectly fine, no scratches, no dirt, no sign that he had just chased after us through the woods. He tilted his head slightly, like he was studying us. Then he smiled. "You guys should have stayed at camp." No breathless questions. No asking where Ryan was. Just that. Kyle took a step back. "Where is he?" Eric sighed. "Relax. He's safe." Something in his tone made my stomach lurch. Kyle's breathing turned ragged. "Safe where?" Eric exhaled, shaking his head like we were the ones acting crazy. Then he turned and started walking not back toward the trees, but deeper into the clearing, like he expected us to follow. Jason grabbed my wrist. He didn't say anything, but I knew what he was thinking. This was wrong. All of it. And yet, I didn't know what else to do. So, against every instinct screaming at me to run the other way, we followed Eric into the dark. I don't know why we followed him. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was the desperate hope that he really did know where Ryan was. But part of me thinks it was something else. Something we couldn't control. The way Eric walked calm, steady, confident, it was like he knew we wouldn't run. Like he knew we couldn't. The clearing was small, but beyond it, the ground sloped downward into a denser part of the forest. The trees were taller here, their branches heavy, thick enough to block out what little moonlight there was. The deeper we went, the colder it got. Kyle was the first to speak. "This is wrong." His voice was unsteady, but Eric didn't even acknowledge him. He just kept walking, hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket like this was a casual stroll. Jason grabbed my sleeve, voice low. "He knows something." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. We both knew it was true. Then Eric slowed. We were at the edge of another small clearing, this one different. At first I couldn't tell what was off about it. Then I saw the trees. They weren't just old, they were scarred. More carvings, but not like before. These ones were deeper, rougher, like whoever had made them hadn't just cut into the bark, but gouged it out in a frenzy. Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the symbols with the flashlight. They weren't just circles anymore. They were faces. Rough, misshapen faces, their mouths open in silent screams. I swallowed hard. "What is this?" Eric finally stopped walking. His back was to us, his posture eerily relaxed, as if he was just stretching his legs after a long drive. Then he spoke. "You guys were never supposed to come here." His voice was quiet, flat. Kyle stiffened. "What?" Eric sighed, running a hand through his hair. I tried to pick a different spot. I really did. But no one else was free this weekend, and he turned to face us. And he was smiling. "You guys were easy." For a moment none of us spoke. Then Jason stepped forward. "Where's Ryan?" Eric's smile didn't change. "He's fine," he said. Or, "Well, he will be, if you listen." Something snapped inside me. I lunged at him. Jason grabbed my arm before I could get too close. But the rage was instant, blinding. I wanted to hurt him. I wanted to wipe that smug look off his face, to shake him until he told me what the hell was going on. Eric didn't even flinch. "You shouldn't be mad at me," he said. "You should be mad at them." I froze. "Them?" Eric nodded toward the trees. Kyle took a slow, shaky step back. "There's no one there." Eric raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" And then, behind him, a whisper. "Too close." Kyle's breathing turned ragged. He swung the flashlight toward the sound, but the light flickered just for a second, and when it steadied, the clearing was still empty. Jason's grip on my arm tightened. "What the hell is happening?" Eric sighed. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. Not a hunting knife, not a switchblade. A small, jagged stone blade. It looked ancient, the edges chipped and uneven, but the point was razor sharp. Kyle swore under his breath. "What the—" "I need one of you to stay." Eric said it so casually, like he was asking someone to grab him a beer. The words didn't register at first. Then Jason spoke, voice dangerously low. "What did you just say?" Eric turned the knife over in his hands, studying the way the firelight reflected off the stone. "They need one," he said. "One to take his place." No one moved. No one breathed. The realization hit all at once. He knew before we even got here. Kyle shook his head, voice shaking. "You're joking." Eric smiled again. But it wasn't his smile. It wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, too stretched, too wrong. Behind him, the whispering started again, louder now, closer. I took a step back. Jason and Kyle did too, the three of us moving together, instinctively putting space between us and whatever Eric had become. The whispering swelled into a low, breathless laughter. Then something moved. Not Eric. Behind him. The shadows in the trees twisted a shape, shifting between the branches, too tall, too thin, its limbs stretching in unnatural angles. It wasn't standing. It was hanging, its body swaying slightly, as if it were suspended by something we couldn't see. And it was watching us. Eric tilted his head slightly, like he was listening. Then he whispered, almost too soft to hear. "They're tired of waiting." The thing in the trees jerked, like a puppet on strings. The whispering became words, though they were too layered, too distorted to understand. And then the ground cracked beneath Eric's feet. It was like something had ripped open beneath him. A split in the dirt, gaping and wrong, blackness stretching down into something that should not have been there. Eric exhaled slowly. "Guess that means it's time." Then he smiled one last time and stepped back into the darkness and vanished. The whispering stopped. The wind returned. The cold lifted, and we were alone. For a long time, none of us moved. Then Jason took a shaky step forward, shining his flashlight at the ground where Eric had stood. The dirt was untouched. No crack, no hole. Like he had never been there at all. I turned to Kyle. His hands were shaking. "Ryan," he whispered. We broke into a run. We ran. We didn't think, didn't talk, didn't stop. Our boots pounded against the dirt, cutting through the trees, branches slashing at our arms and faces. Eric was gone, vanished into the ground like he had never been there at all. But Ryan was still out there. At least I prayed he was. Kyle was ahead of me, flashlight bouncing wildly as he ran. Jason was right behind me, his breathing ragged. The whispering was gone now, but the forest still felt wrong, like the air itself had been stretched too thin. Ryan had to be close. He had to be. We broke into another clearing, and for a second I thought we'd made a mistake. It looked almost exactly like the one we'd left, the same scarred trees, the same eerie, empty silence. But then Jason stopped short, his breath catching, and I saw Ryan. He was sitting against a tree, knees pulled to his chest, staring straight ahead with glassy, unblinking eyes. Kyle dropped to his knees beside him. "Ryan!" No response. I crouched down, grabbing Ryan's arm. His skin was ice cold. "Ryan, man, wake up," I said, shaking him. His lips parted slightly. At first, I thought he was going to say something, but then I realized he was mouthing words over and over, too fast to understand. Jason bent closer, trying to make out what he was saying. Then his face twisted. Kyle frowned. What is it?" Jason swallowed hard. "He's saying, it's still watching." A chill ran through me. Ryan blinked, then slow and mechanical, like he'd just remembered how. He turned his head, looking right at me. "Where's Eric?" he rasped. My mouth went dry. Kyle hesitated. "He's gone." Ryan just stared. Not shocked, not confused. Just blank. Then he turned his gaze upward, past me, past Kyle, past Jason toward the trees. I followed his gaze, and I felt my stomach drop. The scarred trees, the ones covered in rough, jagged carvings, were different now. Before, the carvings had been messy, wild, like something had slashed at the bark in a frenzy. Now they were organized. 5 figures, 5 human shapes, crudely carved, standing side by side. The one on the far left was faded, like it had been there longer than the others. The second one had been scratched out entirely. The other 3? Fresh. My blood went cold. Kyle must have realized it at the same time, because he stumbled back, shaking his head. "Number? No. What the hell does that mean?" Jason grabbed Ryan's shoulders. "What happened? Tell us what happened." Ryan blinked again, slower this time. He licked his lips, his voice barely above a whisper. "He wanted to give them someone else," he rasped. Silence. The weight of his words settled over us like a fog. Eric had brought us here for a reason. He hadn't been scared, not once, because he knew what was going to happen. But he miscalculated. We weren't supposed to run. We weren't supposed to fight back. We were supposed to leave someone behind. And when we didn't, they took him instead. Jason stood up fast, his face pale. "We need to go. Now." Kyle didn't argue. None of us did. Ryan could barely stand, but we hauled him to his feet, throwing his arm over my shoulder as we took off. I don't remember much about the hike back. I only remember the feeling, the crushing weight of the woods pressing down on us, the overwhelming sense that if we stopped, if we even so much as looked behind us, we wouldn't leave. Not all of us. It took hours, longer than it should have. The sun was rising by the time we stumbled onto the main trail. And when we reached the parking lot, Ryan collapsed. We called an ambulance. He was severely dehydrated, covered in small cuts and bruises. He barely spoke in the hospital, but the doctors said he'd be okay. At least physically. Kyle, Jason, and I stayed in a cheap motel that night. None of us wanted to be alone. No one talked much. I don't think any of us really knew what to say, because there was no explanation for what had happened. Eric was gone. Not just missing gone. We filed a report, but no one found anything. No sign that he had ever been in those woods. No tracks, no gear, nothing. Like he had never existed at all. Like they had erased him. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But about a week after we got back, Jason sent me a text. "Have you checked the map?" I didn't understand at first. Then he sent a screenshot. The official park map. The same one we'd used to plan our trip. And right there, clear as day, our trail didn't exist. There was no unmarked path, no shortcut, no clearing. And the place where we had camped, where Eric had disappeared, it was labeled restricted land, no public access. I shut off my phone and didn't respond. We don't talk about it anymore. I still think about Eric sometimes. Or at least, I try not to. But the thing is, I still dream about that night. Sometimes in the dream, I wake up back in the clearing. The carvings are new again, the wood still raw. The whispering starts, and I know it's coming, the thing in the trees. And every time I hear Eric's voice, right before he steps back into the dark. They need one. I don't know what happened out there. I don't think I ever will. I never considered myself the paranoid type. I had always been careful. Sure, I locked my doors, kept my head up when walking alone, and never lingered too long in parking lots at night, but I never truly felt unsafe. Until that night. It was a Wednesday, and I had stopped at a shopping center after work. I needed a few things, groceries, some toiletries, nothing major. The place was one of those sprawling retail plazas, the kind where the stores were arranged in a horseshoe around a massive open parking lot. By the time I finished shopping, it was almost 9:30 p.m. Most of the stores were still open, but the lot had thinned out, a few cars here and there scattered under the tall, humming streetlights. Mine was parked near the back, close to a faded yellow curb that separated the main parking area from an older, overgrown lot that had been fenced off years ago. I walked toward my car, juggling my bags, already thinking about getting home and kicking off my shoes, but then I saw it. A small piece of folded paper tucked neatly under my windshield wiper. I hesitated, balancing the bags in one arm as I reached for it. I figured it was a flyer, maybe a coupon from one of the stores, some advertising junk. But when I unfolded it, I felt my stomach drop. You were almost mine. 5 words. Nothing else. No signature. No explanation. My pulse slowed to a crawl, then sped up all at once. I whipped my head around, scanning the parking lot. A few cars, a couple getting into their SUV near the entrance of a department store. No one nearby. At least no one that I could see. A tight, suffocating pressure settled in my chest. I glanced down at the note again, my fingers gripping the edges of the paper, creasing it slightly. What the hell was this? A joke? Some sick attempt at messing with a random stranger? I shoved the note into my pocket, my hands suddenly clammy. Then I unlocked my car, threw my bags into the passenger seat, and got inside. The second I shut the door, I locked it. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to shake the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. I took a deep breath, calmed down. Then I did something I never usually did. I checked my dash cam footage. The camera had been running the whole time I was inside the store. I barely ever checked it, but I had bought it for a reason just in case. The footage loaded on my phone, a grainy but clear view of the front of my car. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The screen just showed the empty parking lot, the faint glow of the streetlights reflecting off my windshield. Then at 9:17 p.m. movement, a figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat. It was a man. He wasn't walking past like a normal person would. He lingered, standing near my car, just barely out of the camera's direct view, for a full 15 minutes. He never walked away, never moved to another car, just stood there, watching. I felt like my body had been dunked in ice water. I paused the footage, my finger hovering over the screen. He was blurry far enough from the camera that his features weren't clear, but I could see enough. Dark pants, a hoodie pulled up shadowing his face, and his posture. Something about it was wrong. Not relaxed, not casual, stiff, intentional. Like he was waiting. I pressed play. At 9:32 p.m. he moved. He stepped toward my car, closer than before. I could see the slight movement of his arm. He was placing the note. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked off. He didn't run, didn't hesitate. Just vanished into the dark edges of the parking lot. I had always thought of stalking as something that happened to other people. Something you heard about in crime stories, something that happened to women who had public social media accounts or exes who couldn't let go. But this was different. This wasn't someone I knew. This was a random man in a parking lot. And that was somehow worse. I sat in my car for what felt like forever, gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Then I made a decision. I wasn't going home. Not yet. I was going to the police station. The station was a 15-minute drive from the shopping center. I barely remembered getting there. My mind kept replaying the footage, those still moments where he just stood there, waiting. I parked and walked inside, trying to keep my breathing steady. The officer at the front desk looked up as I approached. He was in his 40s, stocky, with tired eyes, and a coffee cup that looked permanently attached to his hand. "Can I help you?" I took the note out of my pocket, unfolding it carefully before sliding it across the counter. His expression didn't change, but his eyes flicked across the words. Then I placed my phone down and played the footage. His face did change then. He straightened slightly, setting his coffee down. "You said this happened tonight." I nodded. "About an hour ago. I found the note when I got back to my car." He frowned, staring at the screen as the hooded man stood there, motionless. He rewound the footage, watched it again. Then he looked at me. "You ever seen this guy before?" "No," I said. "Never." He didn't respond right away. Instead, he grabbed a notepad and pen. "Okay," he said, "I'm going to need you to fill out a statement, and I'll need a copy of the footage." I nodded, still feeling like this wasn't really happening. But it was. The note was real. The man was real. And now the police were involved. As I filled out the statement, I heard the officer speaking quietly to another cop behind the desk. I only caught a few words. Shopping center. Suspicious activity. Not the first time. That made my stomach turn. I looked up. "Has this happened before?" The officer hesitated, then finally he sighed. "Similar reports, yeah," he admitted. "Not exactly the same, but..." He gestured at the note. "Enough to take it seriously." My hands went cold. "So what do I do?" I asked. The officer exhaled through his nose. "For now, be careful. Change up your routine. Don't park in that lot alone at night. And if you see anything or anyone suspicious..." His eyes met mine. "Call us, immediately." I swallowed hard, nodding. I left the station feeling worse than when I arrived. Because this wasn't just some random incident. This had happened before, and I had a sick feeling it was going to happen again. I couldn't even sleep that night. Even though I had locked every door and checked the windows twice, I still lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the dark ceiling. Every little sound outside made my skin crawl. A car passing by, the creak of my apartment settling it all set my nerves on edge. I kept picturing the man from the footage, the way he just stood there, unmoving, how he wasn't in a rush, how he acted like he had all the time in the world. And the note. "You were almost mine." The words replayed over and over in my head until I finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked my phone before even getting out of bed. There was an email from the officer I spoke to last night. He had attached a report number and confirmed that they were reviewing my dashcam footage. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I kept thinking about what the officer had said at the station. Similar reports. I sat up slowly, rubbing my face. I knew I wasn't going to be able to focus on anything until I had more information. So, I started searching. I pulled out my laptop and opened a few local news sites. At first, I didn't find much. A couple of vague crime reports about thefts in the area, nothing that matched what had happened to me. Then, I tried something different. I typed in, "shopping center parking lot suspicious activity," and that's when I found it. An old Reddit post from 6 months ago. It was buried in a thread about weird encounters, posted by some user whose name had been deleted. The title made my stomach tighten. Strange man in parking lot note left on my car. I clicked on it. The post was short. I was leaving a grocery store late at night. When I got to my car, there was a note on my windshield. It just said, "I see you." I thought it was a joke, but when I checked my dash cam, I saw a guy standing near my car. He never moved. He just stood there for almost 20 minutes, watching it. The police didn't do much, just said I should be careful. Has anyone else had this happen? There were only a few replies. Some people called it a prank. Others said it could have been an attempted robbery. But one comment stood out. Happened to me too, except my note said, "Next time." I closed my laptop. My hands felt cold. This wasn't just a one-time thing. I decided I wasn't going to sit around and wait for something else to happen. I drove back to the shopping center that afternoon, pulling into a different area of the lot than where I had parked the night before. The bright sunlight made the whole thing feel less terrifying, but I still couldn't shake the unease in my chest. I sat in my car for a few minutes, just watching. People came and went, pushing carts, loading their trunks, checking their phones as they walked. Nothing suspicious. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I spotted a security guard near the entrance of the grocery store. I took a breath and got out of the car. The guard was standing near a set of carts, a coffee in one hand. He looked to be in his late 40s, a little overweight, with a name tag that read Henderson. I approached, trying to sound casual. "Hey, excuse me," I said. He turned, giving me a polite nod. "Need help with something?" I hesitated. Actually, yeah, I had something weird happen here last night. His expression didn't change, but I noticed his posture shift slightly. "What kind of weird?" he asked. I pulled out my phone and showed him a picture of the note. Henderson exhaled through his nose, his lips pressing into a thin line. "Yeah," he muttered. "That's not the first time." I felt my stomach drop. "So, you've seen this before?" He nodded, taking a sip of coffee. "We've had a few people report stuff like this, usually notes left on windshields, no real pattern. Some customers say they notice someone watching them, but by the time we check the cameras, he's gone." I swallowed. "He?" Henderson looked at me. "We think it's the same guy. Security footage always shows someone lurking around, never too close, always out of focus. We report it when we can, but unless he actually does something, there's not much we can do." I glanced around the parking lot. "So, what am I supposed to do?" He sighed. "Be careful. Don't come here alone at night, and if you see anything, report it immediately." That wasn't as reassuring as I had hoped. I thanked him and walked back to my car, feeling no better than before. As I pulled out of the lot, I checked my rear-view mirror. For just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing near the tree line, just beyond the fence of the old abandoned lot. I blinked, and he was gone. That night, I locked every door in my apartment twice. I even left a light on in the hallway, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I tried to distract myself with television, scrolling through my phone, anything to push the thought of that note out of my mind. It didn't work. At 11:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. I grabbed it immediately, expecting an email from the police, or maybe Chris checking in. But it was a text. From an unknown number. 3 words. Did you like it? A chill ran down my spine. I sat up straight, my breath catching in my throat. Before I could even process what was happening, another message came through. You looked right at me today. My fingers shook as I hit the call button, dialing 911 without even thinking. The dispatcher answered immediately. What's your emergency? I tried to steady my voice. 2 was at the police station earlier. I reported a note left on my car. Someone just texted me about it. I think they're watching me. She asked for my name and address. I gave it to her. Then, as I was speaking, another message popped up on my screen. It was a picture. A photo of me, taken from inside my car. The timestamp from earlier that afternoon when I was sitting in the parking lot. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The dispatcher's voice pulled me back. Are you somewhere safe? I swallowed hard, forcing myself to speak. 2, think so. We're sending an officer to your location now. Stay inside. Keep the doors locked. I nodded, gripping my phone like a lifeline. I didn't move until I heard the sirens in the distance. Still, I had the sinking feeling that no matter how many locks I checked, it wouldn't be enough. The officer who showed up at my apartment was younger than I expected, maybe late 20s, early 30s. His name tag read Martinez, and his expression was neutral, but his eyes were sharp. He scanned the hallway behind me before stepping inside, as if checking to make sure I was actually alone. I didn't waste time. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him, showing the texts and the picture. He scrolled through them silently, his brow furrowing deeper the more he read. "You're sure you don't know this number?" he asked. I shook my head. I tried calling it, but it doesn't ring. Just goes straight to a dead line. Martinez exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw. That usually means a burner phone, either prepaid or an app-generated number. I clenched my fists. So that means they planned this, right? His lips pressed into a thin line. It means they don't want to be traced. That didn't make me feel any better. He handed my phone back. Do you have security cameras in your building? No, I admitted. Just a buzzer at the front entrance. He nodded, pulling out a small notepad. Any idea how they got the picture of you? I shook my head. I didn't see anyone. I was in my car, parked near the shopping center, just watching the lot. Martinez frowned. So they had to be close, probably inside another car. I swallowed hard, but I looked around. I didn't see anyone. That's the thing about people who do this. He tapped his pen against the notepad, thinking. They're careful. They make sure you don't see them. A wave of nausea rolled through me. Did you notice the same cars near you when you were parked? He continued. Any vehicles that didn't seem to move for a long time? I tried to think back. The more I replayed the moment in my head, the more I realized how much I hadn't been paying attention. I had been so focused on watching the store entrance, looking for someone suspicious on foot, that I never thought to check the parked cars. Martinez seemed to read my expression. "It's okay if you don't remember now. If you go back there, keep an eye out. People like this, they don't usually stop after one message." A cold weight settled in my stomach. So what do I do? He sighed. "I'm going to file a report and add your number to a list in case anything else comes up related to this." He met my eyes. "But I won't lie to you. Unless this person actually makes a direct threat or tries to approach you, there's not a lot we can do." I exhaled slowly, trying to push down my frustration. "So that's it?" "For now, yeah." He hesitated. "If it makes you feel safer, you could stay somewhere else for a few nights. Friend's place, family." I thought about it. Then I thought about Devon, about how he had disappeared after the trip to the mountains, about how sometimes leaving didn't mean you actually got away. I shook my head. "I'm not running from this. Not yet." Martinez studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Then just be careful, and if anything happens, again anything, you call us. Immediately." I promised I would, even though I had the sinking feeling it wouldn't be that easy. I didn't go into work the next day. I told my boss I wasn't feeling well, but really, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept checking my phone, expecting another message, another picture, but nothing came. By afternoon, I felt restless. I kept thinking about what Martinez had said, how people like this were careful, how they didn't want to be seen. And that made me wonder, had they followed me before? Had they been watching me for longer than I realized? I decided to retrace my steps. I drove back to the shopping center, this time in broad daylight. The parking lot was busy, cars weaving in and out, people moving quickly in and out of stores. I pulled into a spot near where I had parked that night, but not the exact same one. Then I sat in my car watching, just like before. The difference was, this time, I wasn't looking for people walking. I was looking at the cars. A few minutes passed. Then I noticed it. A black sedan, 2 rows ahead of me, facing my direction. It wasn't doing anything suspicious, but it hadn't moved. Not once. The driver was inside, but their windows were tinted just enough that I couldn't make out their face. I turned slightly, pretending to check my phone, but really, I was watching their side mirror. They weren't just sitting there. They were watching me. My chest tightened. I forced myself to breathe, to think clearly. This was it. This was my chance to get proof. I reached for my phone and opened my camera, pretending to scroll. Then I pressed record. I turned slightly, making sure the screen was angled toward the car. I stayed like that for 5 minutes, and the sedan never moved. I was sure now. They weren't waiting for someone. They were waiting for me. I took one last deep breath and, without hesitation, I stepped out of my car. The moment I did, the sedan's engine started. I froze. It reversed out of the spot so quickly that the tires screeched against the pavement. I barely had time to react before it pulled onto the main road, speeding away. By the time I got back into my car and tried to follow, it was already gone. But I had it on camera. I pulled into a different parking lot and called Martinez immediately. I saw them, I said, as soon as he answered. They were watching me. His tone sharpened. Where? I explained what had happened. Then I sent him the footage. I could hear him clicking on his keyboard, pulling it up. A long pause. Then he sighed. Plates are covered. Figures. I gripped the wheel, frustration boiling in my chest. But it's something, right? It's something, he admitted. I'll send this to the team. See if we can match it with any other cases. I hesitated before asking the next question. Do you think they'll try again? Martinez was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I don't know, but listen, these people, they don't like attention. They like to stay in the dark. If they think you're onto them, it might scare them off. Might. I swallowed hard. Either way, he continued, keep your guard up, and if you see that car again, I call you. Immediately. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Stay safe, he said. Then the line went dead. I sat there for a long time, gripping my phone. There was no way of knowing if I had scared them off, or if I had just pushed them further into the dark. Still to this day, I don't know who they were or what they wanted. But I do know one thing. I will never park in that lot alone again. And if I ever see that black sedan again, I am not sticking around to find out what happens next. I first noticed the small things. A glass in the sink I didn't remember using. The bathroom mirror wiped clear of steam before I had touched it. The bedroom door left slightly ajar when I knew, with absolute certainty, that I had shut it before going to bed. I told myself it was nothing. Stress, maybe. I had been forgetting things more often lately, keys left in the fridge, phone charging with no cord attached, that kind of thing. It was easy to blame the exhaustion, the long hours at work. I lived alone, and when you live alone, your mind plays tricks on you. There's no one to confirm that, yes, you did close that cabinet. Yes, you did finish that carton of milk. And so I brushed it aside. For a while. But unease is like a slow leak. You can ignore it. You can cover it with excuses. But eventually, it soaks through. It wasn't until I came home late one evening cold, tired, shifting plastic grocery bags in my arms that I really felt it. That unsettling, prickling awareness that something was different. The apartment looked the same, smelled the same detergent, a lingering trace of last night's coffee. But I hesitated at the door, my breath catching just slightly, noticing. The air felt wrong. Not heavy, not cold, just like a room where someone else had been standing only moments before. I let the groceries slip onto the counter and moved slowly, methodically through the apartment, scanning. The hallway light flickered, just once. A familiar sound, the hum of my refrigerator, the faint buzz of a neighbor's television through the wall. Everything in place. And yet, I went to the bedroom, stepping carefully, listening to the soft creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. The closet was closed, the bed undisturbed, but as I turned to leave, my pulse lurched. The nightstand drawer was open. Not wide, just slightly, 2 inches, no more. A tiny shift, like someone had checked inside and forgotten to close it all the way. I reached out slowly, fingers hesitating just over the handle before pushing it shut. My breath was too loud in the quiet. I didn't sleep well that night. Or the next. Or the next. Because after that, it started happening more often. I'd wake up and find the kitchen cabinet open. Just one and ever all of them, never anything obvious. A whisper of disturbance rather than a scream. The cereal box slightly misaligned. The milk a few inches from where I had left it. Once the bathroom door was locked from the inside when I knew I hadn't shut it at all. It was never big enough to be proof, never big enough to be real. And yet it was. The human brain is terrible at doubt. It's easier to lie to yourself than to admit you might be unsafe, that something might be inside the place you feel most secure. So I reasoned it away. I was absent-minded, I was overworked, I was developing some kind of sleep disorder. It was almost a relief when I lost my keys, because that had an explanation. They weren't in the bowl by the door where I always tossed them. They weren't in my purse or coat pocket. I spent an hour searching every possible place before finding them. On the coffee table, sitting neatly in the center. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because the alternative, the thought that I had looked there before, that they hadn't been there before, was worse. I couldn't tell if I was unraveling or if something was actually happening. So I started testing myself. Tiny things. A book positioned at a perfect angle on the shelf, spine aligned with the edge, a glass turned upside down on the counter, a single post-it note tucked into my sock drawer. Things that I would notice if they moved. And for a while, nothing happened. Days passed, a week, 2. The apartment settled back into itself. And then, one night, I came home late, and the post-it was gone. My stomach flipped. I checked the drawer again, even though I knew it was useless. I knew it had been there. I checked behind the dresser, beneath the bed, inside my shoes. Nothing. I stood in the center of the bedroom, my pulse hammering. My own breath sounded too loud. And that's when I saw the closet door. Slightly open. No more than an inch. I stared at it for so long that my vision blurred. I was not the kind of person who left the closet open at night. Because, like most people, I had an old childhood fear I never fully outgrew. The irrational but deeply human belief that, if you leave the door open while you sleep, you might wake up and see something watching you. I moved toward it slowly, my steps light, heart in my throat. The door creaked as I pushed it open wider, the sound too sharp, too sudden in the quiet apartment. Nothing. Clothes, shoes, an old box of winter scarves. I let out a long breath and almost laughed at myself. I was losing my mind. I had to be, because the alternative was too much. Still, I checked the lock on the front door twice that night. I wedged a chair beneath the handle. I stuffed a towel at the base, covering the gap between the door and the floor. And when I lay down, I faced the closet, just in case. For the first time in weeks, I slept deeply. And in the morning, when I groggily stepped out of bed, the chair was back under the dining table. I don't remember breathing. I don't remember moving. Just staring. There was no way, no way. I would have heard it. I would have woken up. A cold, creeping nausea curled in my stomach. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and pulled up the browser. My skin was clammy, my fingertips too cold as I typed. How to tell if someone is living in your house without you knowing. The articles were useless. I didn't need an article. I already knew. I just didn't want to believe it. My hands were still shaking when I made the decision. I went online, ordered a small, discreet, motion-activated camera, same-day delivery. Because I needed to know. And I knew I wouldn't sleep again until I did. The package arrived just before sunset. A small, unmarked box left on my doorstep. I stood there for a moment, hesitating before picking it up, feeling the weight of it in my hands. It wasn't heavy. Just plastic and metal, and the terrible, unshakable certainty that once I set it up, there would be no more room for doubt. If something was in my apartment, I would know. And if there was nothing, then I had to accept that I was losing my mind. Neither option felt like a relief. I locked the door behind me and moved quickly, unboxing the camera and placing it on the highest shelf in the living room, angled toward the hallway. It was small, discreet, no blinking lights, no sound. It would sit there silently, watching, waiting. I set it to record only when it detected movement. Then I placed another one in the bedroom. That was the one that made my skin crawl. Because deep down, I already knew where the movement would happen. I didn't leave my apartment that evening. Couldn't. The idea of coming back to something changed, a door left open. A misplaced item felt unbearable, so I stayed. I made dinner without eating it, leaving the plate untouched on the counter. I checked my phone obsessively, waiting for notifications from the cameras. Nothing. Midnight came, then 1 a.m. The apartment was silent. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe. The alert popped up. Motion detected. My stomach turned to ice. For a long time I couldn't move. My fingers hovered over the screen, my breath coming too fast, too shallow. Then finally I tapped the notification. The playback loaded. The grainy night vision image of my apartment appeared, empty. At first. Then movement. Not from the front door, not from the window. From the hallway. A slow, deliberate shift in the shadows. I stopped breathing. A figure emerged. From my bedroom. Not in it. From it. The shape moved carefully, quietly. It knew how to avoid making sound. I couldn't tell what I was looking at. A man, I think, then, hunched. He stepped lightly, moving toward the kitchen. He reached into my fridge, pulling out something, then turned. I dropped the phone. It hit the hardwood with a sharp crack, the video still playing. The figure had turned toward the camera. Not fast, not startled. He already knew it was there. Knew I was watching. I scrambled for the phone, my hands clammy, my breath ragged. I forced myself to look at the screen again. He was smiling. A faint, tight-lipped grin. And then, he walked back into my bedroom. The video ended. I was frozen. A leaden, primal fear pressed into my chest, paralyzing me. My body screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. Because if he had walked back into my room, that meant he had never left. He was still there. Right now. I moved before I could think, shoving my feet into my shoes, grabbing my keys off the counter. My hands were shaking too hard to hold onto them properly, metal slipping between my fingers. I forced myself to stay quiet, to listen. The apartment was still. The bedroom door was still open, yawning blackness beyond it. I couldn't go in there. I couldn't. A soft creak. A shift in the dark. That was enough. I ran. Fumbled the lock, yanked the door open, and bolted down the hallway. My lungs burned, my legs unsteady beneath me. But I didn't stop running, not until I was outside, not until I was surrounded by the hum of distant traffic and the dull glow of streetlights. I didn't realize I was crying until I was halfway down the block. I called the police. It felt surreal, standing there on the sidewalk, my fingers stiff with cold, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what I had seen. I expected them not to believe me. Expected them to say I was imagining things. But they sent someone. An officer met me outside the building, his face unreadable as I told him everything: the missing food, the moved objects, the closet door, the man. He nodded, taking notes, then asked the question I had been dreading. "Do you have a recording?" I hesitated, then handed him my phone. He watched the footage. I watched him. His face didn't change much, but I saw the small shift in his posture, the way his grip on the phone tightened slightly. He believed me, or at least he believed that someone had been in my apartment. That was enough. He called for backup. I waited outside while 2 officers went in. Minutes crawled by, stretching unbearably long, my ears straining for any sound, anything to tell me what was happening inside. Finally, one of them reappeared. "There's no one there," he said. I stared at him. "That's not possible." The officer's mouth pressed into a thin line. We searched everywhere. No sign of forced entry, no sign of anyone inside. Your bedroom closet was empty. I shook my head. You don't understand. He was there. He was there. The other officer stepped forward. We believe you, he said carefully, and we'll check the security cameras for the building. But for now, is there anywhere else you can stay tonight? I didn't answer right away, because I knew what he wasn't saying. They weren't going to find him. He had been there. He had been watching me for who knows how long, and now somehow he was gone. Maybe he had always known this moment would come. Maybe he had been waiting for it. I nodded, my voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, I have a friend nearby. I didn't go back inside. Not that night. Not ever. The next morning I sent movers to pack my things while I stayed miles away, locked in my friend's spare bedroom, checking the cameras over and over again. Nothing. The apartment stayed empty. But even after I moved, after I changed my number, after I never spoke about it again, the feeling stayed. That weight in the air, that tiny crawling sensation at the back of my neck. Like someone was still watching. Like he was still out there. Waiting. I didn't sleep. Not after the police left. Not after I locked myself in my friend's spare bedroom. Not after I watched the footage again and again, trying to understand. They had found nothing. No sign of forced entry. No hidden crawl spaces. No one on the building's security cameras. But I had seen him. He had looked straight at the camera. He had smiled. And then, somehow, he had disappeared. I tried to convince myself it was over, that maybe he had been a squatter, someone living in the walls, slipping through maintenance tunnels. Maybe the police showing up had scared him off for good. But fear doesn't listen to logic. Fear sits in your bones. It breathes against the back of your neck when no one is there. Fear whispers, "What if he isn't gone?" I told myself I would never go back to that apartment. I meant it. Until 3 days later, my phone buzzed with a notification from the camera. Motion detected. I froze. The apartment was supposed to be empty. The police had locked it up. The landlord was arranging new tenants. But I had forgotten to turn the cameras off. And now something was moving inside. For a long time I just stared at the screen. My body screamed, "Don't look." But I looked. The video loaded. And I saw him. Not hiding. Not creeping. Standing dead center in my living room. Waiting. For me. I couldn't breathe. He hadn't left. Hadn't run. He was still there. And he was holding something. I squinted at the grainy image, pulse slamming in my throat. It was a piece of paper. Number. Not paper. A photograph. He turned it toward the camera, let it fill the frame. I knew what it was before I even saw it clearly. A picture of me, sleeping, in my bed. I dropped the phone. My stomach clenched so hard I thought I might be sick. He had been there. Not once, not twice. For weeks. Watching me sleep. My hands shook as I grabbed my friend's car keys off the table. I didn't think, didn't hesitate. I just drove. I wasn't brave. I wasn't strong. But I had to see. I had to know. By the time I pulled up outside the apartment, my fingers were numb against the steering wheel. The building looked normal, no one outside, the windows dark. I stepped out of the car. The lock on the front door had been broken from the inside. I swallowed hard. The apartment door was cracked open, a sliver of black beyond it. I shouldn't have gone in, but I did. The air was thick, stale, like the place had been waiting for me. I stepped inside, my pulse hammering against my ribs. The living room was wrong. Not ransacked, not looted. Just Empty. Too empty. Like someone had erased every trace of my existence. The furniture was there, but my things were gone. No books, no clothes, no photos. The apartment wasn't mine anymore. I moved to the bedroom, my breath coming in short bursts. And that's when I saw it. The closet door. Wide open. I should have left. I should have turned and run. But something pulled me forward. Inside the closet, the back wall looked off. Slightly ajar. A hidden door. I reached out, fingers grazing the edge, and it swung inward. Behind it, a crawl space. Cramped, dark, lined with photographs. Of me. Walking to work, cooking in my kitchen, sleeping. Some dated weeks back, others months. My knees nearly buckled. Then I saw the bedding, the pile of clothes, the rotting food containers. He had been living there, in my walls. The air was too tight, too thin. My head spun. I turned back toward the bedroom and saw the footprints. Wet, fresh footprints, leading from the crawl space, leading toward me. I ran. I didn't stop, didn't breathe. I don't even remember how I got back to the car, only that I was sobbing by the time I turned the key, tires screeching as I sped away. I never went back. The police searched the apartment again. This time, they found evidence. Fingerprints in the walls, a nest of my belongings behind the hidden door, food wrappers, missing clothes. They never found him. Not in the apartment, not on the security footage. It was like he had never existed. But I know better. I moved to a new city, changed my name, no social media, no patterns. Because I know he's still out there. I know he's waiting. And sometimes when I wake in the middle of the night, I still feel him there, just beyond the walls, just out of sight, watching. I first noticed him about a month ago. There's a bus stop near the intersection by my apartment, just before I turn onto the main road for work. It's nothing special, just a faded metal bench under a scratched-up shelter, one of those places that feels like no one actually uses it. But he's always there. Every morning at exactly 7:15 a.m. I drive past, and he's standing under the shelter. Same posture, same spot. And he always waves at me. At first I found it funny, a little weird, sure, but not in a way that set off alarms in my head. I'd be sipping my coffee, barely awake, and then out of the corner of my eye a hand lifted in a slow, deliberate wave. Not overly friendly, not enthusiastic. Just acknowledging me, like he knew I'd be there. The first time, I didn't wave back. It caught me off guard. But the next morning, when he did it again, I raised a hand briefly, more out of politeness than anything else. I don't know why I assumed he was waiting for a bus. I never actually saw him get on one. But then again, I never saw him leave either. After a couple of weeks, it became routine. Every morning I'd drive past and he'd wave. Some mornings I'd wave back. Some mornings I wouldn't. It didn't seem to matter to him. He did it anyway. I told a coworker about it one day during lunch, half laughing as I described the guy. It's kind of funny, right? It's like having a real-life NPC. She raised an eyebrow. Every morning? Every morning, I confirmed. Maybe he's just lonely. Maybe, I said, even though something about that didn't sit right with me. He didn't look lonely. He looked like he was waiting. Last week, I finally got a better look at him. I had left a little later than usual, running behind after searching for my keys, and as I pulled up to the intersection, I had to stop at a red light. For the first time, I was actually sitting there in clear view of him, instead of just driving past. He was standing in his usual spot under the shelter, right at the edge of the sidewalk. And for the first time, I really saw him. His clothes were always the same black pants, dark gray zip-up hoodie, hands tucked into the pockets. I had assumed he was young, maybe mid-30s, but up close it was hard to tell. His face was off. Not in an unnatural way, not in a way you'd immediately notice. But his features were vague, blurry in a way that made it impossible to guess his age. And he was already looking at me. His arm lifted, slow, deliberate. He waved. Something about it sent a weird, prickling feeling up my spine. Like it wasn't just a friendly gesture. Like it was a confirmation. I didn't wave back that time. The light turned green, and I drove off, gripping the steering wheel a little too tight. That was the first time I felt genuinely uneasy. Not scared exactly, but uneasy. I tried to brush it off, but the next morning I felt myself tensing as I approached the intersection. And sure enough, he was there. Same spot. Same wave. Like yesterday didn't matter. Like nothing changed. That night, I sat in my apartment, replaying the moment in my head. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe he worked somewhere nearby. Maybe he was waiting for a ride, or just liked standing there for some reason. But that wasn't what bothered me. What bothered me was how he never seemed to change. Same clothes, same posture, same wave. Like a loop. Then last night I found the photo. I wasn't looking for it. I was just scrolling through my phone, clearing out old pictures when I paused on one from 3 years ago. It was from a weekend trip I took with some friends. We had stopped at a small cafe on the way to the mountains, and I had taken a picture out the window while waiting for my coffee. I don't even remember taking it. Just a random shot of the street, some cars, a few people walking, and him, standing near a bus stop in the background, wearing the exact same clothes, same posture, and looking directly at the camera. I felt something cold crawl up my spine. I zoomed in, my fingers shaking. It was blurry, but it was him. 3 years ago, in a completely different city. Waiting. Watching. I barely slept. I couldn't stop thinking about the photo, about how long he had been standing there. How long had he been waving at me? I wanted to believe it was a coincidence, maybe just someone who looked similar. But I knew it wasn't. Deep down, I knew. This morning, I left for work later than usual, on purpose. I wanted to see if he'd still be there. As I pulled up to the intersection, I slowed down, my hands clammy on the wheel. And for the first time in weeks, he wasn't there. The bus stop was empty. The relief hit me all at once. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, shaking my head. Maybe I had been overthinking it. Maybe it was just some random guy, and I had worked myself up over nothing. Then my phone buzzed. A notification from my security camera. Motion detected. I grabbed my phone, opening the app, expecting to see my neighbor walking past or a stray cat on the sidewalk. The footage loaded. For a second, I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then my vision tunneled. He was standing outside my apartment. Not at the bus stop. Not waiting. Just standing. Facing my door. Looking directly at the camera. At me. I dropped my phone. The wave of nausea hit so fast, I thought I might throw up. Because the timestamp on the footage wasn't from this morning. It wasn't from last night. It was from 3 days ago. He had already been here, standing at my door, and I never even knew. I stared at my phone, my mind struggling to process what I was looking at. The footage wasn't from today. It wasn't even from last night. 3 days ago, while I was asleep in my apartment, he had been outside my door, just standing there, not knocking, not trying to break in, just watching. My hands felt numb as I rewound the video, forcing myself to watch it again. The motion had triggered the camera at 3:12 a.m. At first, there was nothing. The hallway outside my door was dimly lit, quiet, still. Then he stepped into frame. Same dark pants, same gray hoodie, same calm, patient posture. He stopped directly in front of my door, tilting his head slightly. I couldn't see his face clearly, not with the way the light cast a shadow over it, but I could feel his eyes on me. He just stood there. Seconds passed, then a full minute, then 2. He never moved. And then, just like that, he turned and walked away. Like he had gotten what he came for. Like standing outside my apartment in the middle of the night was enough. I gripped the phone tighter, my chest tightening with something close to panic. Had he been here before? Had I just never noticed? I needed to get out. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't sit here, staring at the footage, waiting for something else to happen. I grabbed my keys, shoved my phone into my pocket, and left. I ended up at a cafe a few blocks from my apartment, a place I had been to a handful of times but never really paid attention to. I ordered coffee just to have an excuse to sit down. My hands were still shaking as I wrapped them around the cup, letting the warmth ground me. I had to be rational about this. I had never spoken to this man. I didn't even know his name. But he knew me. He had been waiting for me every morning. And now he had been at my apartment. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to find an explanation that wasn't terrifying. Maybe he just lived nearby. Maybe this was some weird coincidence. But then why did he show up before I even realized something was wrong? Why was he at my door before I ever connected him to that old photo? I took a shaky breath and pulled out my phone. I wasn't going to sit on this. I needed to report it. I opened the local police department's website and found the non-emergency number. My finger hovered over the call button. Then I hesitated. What was I going to tell them? That a guy at a bus stop waves at me? That he showed up at my apartment one time and didn't do anything? Would they even take me seriously? I leaned back in my chair, staring blankly at my screen. Then my phone vibrated. A new notification. Motion detected, front door camera. My throat tightened. I opened the app. The live feed loaded. There was nothing there. The hallway outside my apartment was empty. But then I saw the timestamp, 3:12 a.m. Again. I scrolled back, opening last night's footage, and there he was, standing in the exact same spot as before. Same posture, same unmoving presence. Like a loop, like a routine, like I was the one following his schedule. I locked my phone and shoved it into my pocket, my hands clammy. I needed to talk to someone. I needed someone else to see this. I paid for my coffee and walked outside, dialing the only person I could think of. Josh answered on the second ring. "Hey man, what's up?" I had gone to college with Josh, and while we weren't best friends, he was one of the most level-headed people I knew. He worked in security, now private, nothing flashy, but enough that he'd know if I was overreacting. "I need to show you something," I said, my voice tighter than I wanted it to be. There was a pause. "You okay?" "Not really." That was enough for him. "I'm home. Come over." Josh's apartment was across town in a complex much newer than mine. I drove with the radio off, the city passing by in a blur. When I got there, he was already outside waiting. I barely greeted him before pulling out my phone. "Look at this." I handed it to him and let him watch the footage. He didn't say anything as the man appeared on the screen, standing outside my door at 3:12 a.m. Or the next night, or the one before that. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm but firm. "You need to report this." I let out a shaky breath. I was going to, but he hasn't actually done anything. Josh gave me a look. "He's been at your door multiple nights in a row, and you think that's not something to report?" I swallowed. I don't know what to tell them. Josh exhaled through his nose. "Okay, look, let's not wait for them to tell you it's nothing. We'll go down to the station now and file a report. At the very least, they'll have it on record. Worst case, it's nothing. Best case, they catch this guy before he does something worse." I nodded. "Yeah, okay." I followed him to his car, my hands still shaking. I had spent the past few days trying to convince myself this wasn't a big deal, that I was overthinking it, that maybe it was all in my head, but it wasn't. Josh had seen it too. This was real, and I had the feeling that whatever was happening wasn't over yet. The officer at the front desk took my statement. I showed him the footage, the timestamps, everything. He watched it all carefully, then nodded. "We'll log this and send a patrol to check out your building tonight." That should have reassured me. It didn't. Because what were they going to do? Tell a man he wasn't allowed to stand in front of my door? Tell him to stop waiting? I left the station with a file number and a promise that they'd be in touch. Josh patted my shoulder as we walked to his car. "You did the right thing." I nodded, but deep down, I knew it didn't matter. Something told me that if this guy had been watching me for years, a police report wasn't going to stop him now. That night I stayed at Josh's apartment. I told myself it was temporary, just until I got my head straight. But deep down I knew the real reason I didn't want to be alone. Not after everything I had seen. Not with the thought of him standing outside my door again. I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every passing car outside sent my nerves on edge. At one point, around 3 in the morning, I nearly reached for my phone to check my security camera feed, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to see. I already knew what I would find. He would be there, standing in the same spot, at exactly 3:12 a.m., watching. The next morning, I went back to my apartment. Josh offered to come with me, but I refused. I didn't want to drag him into this more than I already had. I parked across the street and sat in my car for a few minutes, gripping the steering wheel. The building looked exactly the same as when I left it, but somehow it felt different, like something inside had shifted. I took a deep breath and got out. As I walked up to my door, I glanced around, scanning the sidewalk, the street, the alley behind the building. No one was there. No sign of him. The only proof that anything had happened was my security camera, still mounted above my door. I hesitated before stepping inside, unsure if I even wanted to check the footage. But I needed to. I had to know. I locked the door behind me and opened the app on my phone. The playback loaded, showing the last night's footage in grainy black and white. At first it was nothing, the empty hallway still and silent. Then, at exactly 3:12 a.m., he stepped into frame. Same dark pants, same gray hoodie. He stopped directly in front of my door. And then, for the first time, he moved. Slowly, his hand reached up, fingers curling toward the doorknob. He didn't try to turn it, didn't knock, just rested his fingers against the metal like he was testing something. The air left my lungs. I watched as he stood there, hand on the doorknob, completely still. Then, just as suddenly as before, he pulled his hand away and walked off. I sat frozen, staring at the screen. He had touched the door. Why? I closed the app and exhaled sharply, trying to push down the growing sense of dread in my chest. Then I noticed something. A small folded piece of paper had been slipped under my door. My breath caught. I stared at it for a long time, my body refusing to move. Then finally, I reached down and picked it up, unfolded it. There were only 3 words. I changed my mind. I left the apartment that same day, packed a bag, called my landlord, and told him I was breaking the lease. I didn't care about the deposit, didn't care if it was irrational. I was done. Josh didn't question it. He just helped me carry my stuff to the car, watching me carefully like he expected me to break down at any second. But I wasn't scared anymore. I was angry. I had spent the last few weeks wondering what he wanted, wondering if I was imagining things, wondering if I was just being paranoid. But it was real. He was real. And for some reason, he had decided I wasn't worth it anymore. What would have happened if he hadn't changed his mind? What had he been waiting for all those nights? I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I moved across town and changed my routine. New apartment, new job, a fresh start. For a while, I kept checking my rearview mirror when I drove, kept glancing over my shoulder when I walked down the street. But weeks passed, then months, and nothing happened. No notes, no texts, and, most importantly, no man at the bus stop. Maybe he really was gone. Maybe he had found someone else. Or maybe he had been watching me for years and decided I wasn't what he wanted anymore. That was the thought that haunted me the most. Not that I escaped, but that I had been chosen in the first place, and I never even knew. Still to this day, I have no idea who he was or why he watched me for so long. I don't want to know. But sometimes when I drive through unfamiliar neighborhoods, I glance at the bus stops, and I never wave first. I have always been a man of precision. Some would call it obsessive, others ritualistic, but to me, it is simply the way things must be, a structure, a framework for living. If something disrupts that framework, I can feel it a crack in the foundation, a shift in the balance, and when things become unbalanced, so do I. Everything in my life has an order. I wake at 6:45 a.m. I shower for exactly 7 minutes. My breakfast is 1 slice of toast, buttered to the edges, 1 coffee, 2 sugars. I leave for work at 7:30 a.m. sharp, arrive at 8 a.m., take my seat in the office by 8:10 a.m. My day unfolds according to a meticulous schedule, one I have refined over years of repetition. This is how I function. My family understands this. They have learned to accommodate me. My wife, Laura, knows to prepare dinner at 6 p.m. so that I can eat at 6:15 p.m. exactly. My son, Ethan, knows not to linger in the doorway when he says goodbye in the morning. A quick nod, a closed door, and I am on my way. But my daughter, Hazel, she has always been my exception. Hazel is my pride, my joy, my world. She is 17, sharp as a blade, with her mother's dark eyes and my precise way of speaking. I have spent her entire life teaching her order, structure, discipline, but Hazel is effortlessly perfect. She doesn't need rules to thrive. She just understands. She knows how I like things, how things must be. Every day, I pick her up from school at 3:45 p.m. She never makes me wait, never tests my patience, because Hazel knows. She knows how much I hate waiting. I wish I had told her how much I love her for that. It was a Wednesday. Wednesdays are the easiest day of the week, midpoint, predictable, balanced. I left work at 3:15 p.m., just as I always do, and arrived at Hazel's school parking lot at 3:40 p.m. sharp. 5 minutes early, as always. The schoolyard was full of students, backpacks slung over shoulders, voices loud and carefree. A group of boys kicked a football against the curb. Girls laughed in huddled circles. I waited. 3:45 p.m. Hazel should have appeared from the front doors by now, walking with that determined stride of hers, her black school bag slung over one shoulder. I watched the entrance. She didn't come. 3:46 p.m. A small discomfort curled in my stomach. It wasn't panic. Not yet. Hazel was responsible. She was never late. 3:48 p.m. I tapped my fingers against the steering wheel. The football rolled past my car, and one of the boys sprinted after it, barely giving me a glance. 3:50 p.m. I pulled out my phone and called her. The ringtone played, once, twice. Then voicemail. "Hi, this is Hazel. I can't pick up right now. Leave a message." I frowned. Hazel always answered my calls. I called again. Again, voicemail. Something wasn't right. By 4 p.m., the school parking lot was nearly empty. The football boys were gone. The groups of laughing girls had dispersed. A few stragglers still loitered near the gates, but Hazel wasn't one of them. I stepped out of the car. The air was cold. The sky had darkened with early winter clouds. A teacher walked past, her arms full of papers. I stopped her. "Excuse me," I said. My voice was calm even. "Have you seen Hazel Carter?" She blinked at me, clearly surprised. "Hazel? She didn't tell you?" Something inside me twisted. "Tell me what?" "She left early today," the teacher said. "She had a half day." I stared at her. My mind stuttered. That wasn't right. Hazel never left early without telling me. Hazel knew our routine. My breath quickened. What time did she leave? "Around noon, I think." The teacher frowned. She signed out at the office. I turned away before she could say anything else. I walked back to my car, my fingers tight around my phone. I checked my messages. Nothing. No missed calls, no texts. Nothing from Hazel. By 4:30 p.m., I was driving home. My mind was fighting against itself. Hazel was fine. She must be fine. She's probably home already. Maybe she'd forgotten to call. Maybe she had an appointment she didn't tell me about. But Hazel never forgets. The thought dug into me like a splinter. I turned onto our street, my eyes locking onto our house at the end of the cul-de-sac. The living room lights were on. I parked in the driveway and stepped out. The moment I opened the front door, Laura called from the kitchen. "Hey, did you—" She paused when she saw my face. "What's wrong?" I shut the door behind me. The house felt wrong. Too still, too quiet. I forced my voice to stay even. "Is Hazel home?" Laura blinked. "Number, isn't she with you?" Everything inside me stopped. "She left school early," I said slowly. "They said she signed out at noon." Laura's face changed. Her hands, damp from washing dishes, clenched at her sides. She didn't tell me that." A dull ringing filled my ears. I pulled out my phone and dialed Hazel again. Voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. Laura grabbed her own phone, dialing rapidly. I could hear the tremor in her breath. "She always texts when she's coming home," she murmured. She always. Voicemail. My grip tightened on the phone. My heartbeat was pounding now, the edges of my vision blurring. Hazel was never late. Hazel always answered. I turned and grabbed my coat. "I'm going to find her." Laura's voice shook. "Wait, where?" I didn't answer. I stepped out into the cold air, into the fading evening light, and climbed back into my car. Hazel was out there. She had to be. She just had to be. And I would not stop until I brought her home. The drive back to Hazel's school felt like a dreamt, kind where your feet sink into the ground, where time stretches and distorts. The sky had darkened to a dull slate gray, the first hints of evening creeping through the streets. Streetlights flickered to life, their glow sickly against the cold pavement. Hazel wasn't home. Hazel was gone. The thought clawed at me, an itch I couldn't scratch. I drove the familiar roads with my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. The streetlights blurred as I passed them, my mind running over every possibility. Maybe she was at a friend's house. Maybe she had taken the wrong bus home. Maybe... None of it made sense. Hazel always told me where she was going. She was never late, never. I pulled into the school parking lot, my headlights cutting through the emptiness. The building was locked up now, the windows dark. I stepped out of the car. The air bit into me, cold and sharp. I walked to the front entrance, pressing my hand against the glass door. The lobby inside was dark, the reception desk empty. I could still see the sign-out sheet on the counter, the one Hazel had supposedly signed earlier that day. I needed to see it. I rattled the handle, locked. My breath fogged up the glass as I peered inside. Something about the stillness unsettled me. I turned away, scanning the empty lot. It stretched out around me, silent and hollow. The wind whispered through the trees lining the sidewalk, their branches swaying like grasping fingers. I wasn't sure what I had expected to find, but I felt it, that terrible, gut-wrenching certainty that something was very, very wrong. Hazel wasn't here, but she had been, and I needed to know where she went. Back in the car, I called her again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. I gritted my teeth and dialed one of her friends, Alyssa. She and Hazel had been close for years. If anyone knew where she was, it would be her. The phone rang 3 times before Alyssa answered. Mr. Carter? Her voice was small, hesitant. I inhaled sharply. Alyssa, have you seen Hazel? Silence. A creeping, unnatural silence. Then, she didn't tell you? My grip on the steering wheel tightened. Tell me what? She said she had to meet someone. Something icy dripped down my spine. Who? Another pause. Then barely a whisper. I don't know. I clenched my jaw. Alyssa, if you know something, you need to tell me, now. Her breathing was shaky. I swear, Mr. Carter, I don't know. She just said she had to go. She seemed... She stopped herself. She seemed what? Another pause. Different. My stomach twisted. What do you mean? She was acting weird, distant, like she wasn't really there. I swallowed hard. Hazel had always been sharp, focused. She never got caught up in nonsense. She wouldn't just leave without telling me. She wouldn't, unless she wasn't herself. Unless someone had made her go. A cold, terrible realization settled in my bones. Someone had been waiting for her, and she had gone to meet them. By the time I made it home, Laura was pacing the living room, her arms wrapped around herself. She turned the second I stepped inside, her face drawn tight with worry. "Did you find her?" she asked. I shook my head. Laura's breath hitched. She ran a hand through her hair, her fingers trembling. "We need to call the police," she whispered. I exhaled slowly, my mind still racing. "The police won't do anything yet," I said. "She hasn't been gone long enough. They'll tell us to wait." "We don't have time to wait." Laura's voice cracked with desperation. You don't understand." I snapped. "I understand perfectly," I shouted. "I understand that our daughter is missing. I understand that something is wrong, that she left with someone, and we don't know who. I understand that every second we waste is a second we might never get back." Laura stared at me, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I forced myself to breathe, to think. "We need to retrace her steps," I said, quieter now. "We need to figure out where she went." Laura nodded, swallowing hard. "Where do we start?" I hesitated. Then the answer came to me. Hazel's room. The second I stepped into her bedroom, I felt it. A wrongness. Like the air itself was stale, untouched, frozen in time. Her bed was made, her desk was tidy, everything was exactly as it should be. And yet, it wasn't. I moved carefully, my eyes scanning the room. Laura stood in the doorway, her breath uneven. "What are we looking for?" I didn't answer, because I didn't know. I just knew that something was here. I checked her desk first, opened her notebooks, flipped through pages filled with neat, perfect handwriting. Normal. I checked her closet. Her shoes were lined up, untouched. Normal. I checked her bedside table. A book lay open, a half-empty water glass next to it. Normal. And then, a single piece of paper, folded neatly beneath her lamp. I picked it up, my pulse pounding. The paper was smooth, untouched, placed there deliberately. I unfolded it. 4 words were written inside, in Hazel's careful, controlled script. I had to go. A chill crawled up my spine. Laura read over my shoulder, her breath shuddering. "What does that mean?" she whispered. I clenched my jaw. "It means," I said, voice tight, "that someone told her to." And Hazel listened. Laura shook her head. Who? Who would she listen to? I didn't answer, because a part of me already knew. A part of me had always known. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in Hazel's empty room, staring at the note, tracing the letters with my thumb. I had spent my whole life teaching Hazel order, structure, discipline. And now she had broken the pattern. She had walked into the unknown. And I had no idea if she was ever coming back. I didn't sleep during the night. Neither did Laura. We sat in the living room, the note clutched in my hands, the air thick with something I couldn't name. A weight, a presence, something that told me we were running out of time. At some point, Laura broke the silence. "We have to call the police." I barely heard her. My fingers were still tracing Hazel's handwriting over and over again. I had to go. The words haunted me. Go where? With who? Why? James. Laura's voice was sharper now, snapping me from my thoughts. "We have to call them," she repeated. "We can't wait any longer." I exhaled. "They won't do anything." "You don't know that." "I do." She shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. "James, our daughter is missing. What else are we supposed to do?" I didn't have an answer. Laura stood, her breath shuddering. "I'm calling them." She walked to the kitchen, leaving me alone in the dim light of the living room. I should have followed her. I should have agreed, but my mind was somewhere else. I stared at the note again. Hazel's words, carefully written, deliberate. I had to go. Had to. As if she didn't have a choice. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled. Then my phone buzzed. My chest tightened. I grabbed it, my heart hammering against my ribs. Unknown caller. I stared at the screen. Then I answered. Static filled my ears. Not normal static, something deeper, heavier, a noise that felt like it was inside my skull, like it was pressing against my brain. And beneath it, a voice. Dad. I stopped breathing. Hazel? The static shifted, grew louder. Beneath it, her voice so small. Dad, A sharp crackling sound swallowed the words. I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles white. Hazel, where are you? Who are you with? More static. Thena whisper. It's not real. A chill crawled up my spine. What's not real? Silence. Hazel, listen to me. Where are you? For a moment, I thought I'd lost the connection. Then, Dad. Her voice was clearer now, more desperate. You have to let me go. My stomach dropped. What? A sharp click. The call ended. I shot up from the couch, my breath coming fast and ragged. Laura! She appeared in the doorway, phone still in hand. What? She called me, I said. Hazel, she called me. Laura's face went pale. What did she say? I swallowed hard. My mind was racing, replaying every word, every second of that call. She said it's not real. Laura's mouth parted slightly. What's not real? I shook my head. I don't know. I couldn't explain it, but something inside me, something deep, primal, was screaming that I had to find her. Now. And I knew exactly where to go. I drove. I didn't know where exactly, but my body did. It was instinct, muscle memory, something that felt like a dream I couldn't quite remember. Laura was beside me, gripping her phone, her breath shallow. I didn't speak, I just drove. And then I saw it. The road ahead was empty, no street lights, no houses, just a long, twisting stretch of darkness. But at the very end, a single building, an abandoned gas station. The sign was broken, the windows dark. It had been shut down for years. But the second I saw it, I knew. Hazel was here. I pulled into the lot, gravel crunching under the tires. The place was silent, too silent. I killed the engine. Laura grabbed my arm. James. I opened the door. The cold night air hit me like a slap. I stepped out. And then, the lights inside flickered on. A dull, humming glow. I turned toward Laura. She was frozen, staring at the building. She's inside, she whispered. I didn't question it. We both felt it. I started toward the entrance. The door creaked open at the lightest touch. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and something else, something that made my skin crawl. And then I saw her. Hazel. She was standing at the far end of the room, completely still, her dark eyes locked onto mine. My breath caught in my throat. I took a step forward. Hazel. She didn't move. She just stared. Like she wasn't really seeing me. Like she wasn't really there. And then she smiled. But it wasn't her smile. It was wrong. Too perfect, too cold. And suddenly I knew. This wasn't Hazel. This was something else. Laura's hand tightened around my wrist. James, she whispered, we have to go. I couldn't move. Hazel tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing. And then she spoke. "You came back." A shiver ran down my spine. I opened my mouth to speak, but the air shifted. And suddenly Hazel was right in front of me. Not walking, not moving. Just there. I stumbled back. She reached out, her fingers brushing my arm. And for a moment, just a moment, I saw it. Flashes. Hazel, standing on the side of the road. A car screeching. Her body hitting the pavement. Blood pooling around her. My own hands covered in it. I staggered, my breath hitched. The truth slammed into me like a freight train. Hazel was never missing. Hazel was never taken. Hazel had died, and two had forgotten. The memories, the truth, had been buried, hidden. My mind had refused to accept it. But now, the illusion was breaking. I turned to Laura, my voice shaking. "We have to let her go." Laura's face twisted with grief, but she nodded. We turned. We walked out of that dead place. And behind us, the lights flickered out. When I looked back, Hazel was gone. We never spoke about that night. We never returned to that place. But some nights, I still see her. Not the illusion, not the thing that had been pretending, but Hazel, my Hazel, smiling at me from the passenger seat of the car, laughing at a joke I can't remember. And now, I let her stay as a memory, not as a ghost, not as something unfinished, just as my daughter, as she always was. And finally, I let her rest. When I was 10 years old, I thought I understood the world. I was at that age where everything felt big, not in a scary way, but in a way that made life feel like an adventure. I had just started walking home from school alone, a privilege I had begged my parents for. A taste of independence. I was the kind of kid who never turned down a dare, who scraped his knees climbing fences just to see if he could. I had a best friend named Jake, and we spent most afternoons seeing who could throw rocks the farthest, or trying to build forts out of whatever junk we could find in the vacant lot near our neighborhood. I loved baseball, hated math, and could eat an entire box of cereal in one sitting if nobody stopped me. I was loud, restless, and absolutely convinced that nothing bad could ever really happen to me. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. It was a Friday afternoon in early spring, the air warm but breezy, the sun hanging low in the sky. The last bell had rung, and kids poured out of the school like ants from a disturbed hill, shouting and laughing, weaving between each other in little clusters. I waved to Jake, who was getting picked up by his mom. "Want me to tell your mom to drive you home?" he asked, climbing into the passenger seat of their old blue station wagon. "Nah," I said, slinging my backpack over one shoulder. "I got it." Jake rolled his eyes. "You just like feeling like an adult." I grinned. "Exactly." He laughed, shaking his head, and I watched as the car pulled away, kicking up dust as it disappeared down the road. I turned toward the sidewalk and started my walk home. I lived less than a mile from the school, not far, but far enough. The route was familiar, past the playground, past the baseball field, down 2 quiet streets lined with squat brick houses and patchy front lawns. It was peaceful. At first, I was about halfway home when I saw it. A white van parked just past the playground, idling near the curb. It wasn't unusual to see cars parked near the school, but something about this one made my stomach feel heavy. The windows were tinted, the paint was dull, slightly dirty. The kind of car you don't really notice. I didn't think much of it at first. I kept walking, kicking a stray pebble along the sidewalk, trying to see how many times I could hit it before it veered into the grass. But then, the van's engine rumbled. I glanced up, my heartbeat skipping slightly. It was moving, slowly, creeping along the curb, keeping pace with me. A chill snuck up my spine. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe they were looking for an address. Maybe they were picking someone up. But something in the back of my mind whispered, "Number." I kept walking, my fingers curling around the strap of my backpack. My ears were ringing slightly, though I couldn't figure out why. The van kept moving. I stopped to tie my shoe just to see. It stopped too. My hands felt clammy as I straightened up, my legs suddenly itching to run. This was stupid. Nothing was happening. But my instincts, that primal part of me that hadn't existed before today, was screaming at me. Keep moving. So I did. Faster this time. Not quite running, not quite walking. Just moving. My house was close. I could make it. The van sped up. My chest felt tight, my breath coming quicker. This wasn't right. I turned my head slightly, trying to catch a glimpse of the driver through the window. But I couldn't see him. The sun was reflecting off the glass, turning it into a mirror. All I saw was myself, small, pale, wide-eyed. And then, the van stopped, directly across the street from my driveway. A lump lodged itself in my throat. I was home. I was safe. I could run inside, tell my parents, lock the door. Then the driver's side window rolled down. A man leaned out, smiling. His face was wrong. The kind of face you forget the moment you look away. No defining features. Just a too-wide mouth, slightly crooked teeth, and eyes that never blinked. My skin prickled. Something about him felt off. Then, he spoke, and my body turned to ice. "Liam." My name. He said my name. Not "Hey, kid," not "Do you need a ride?" Just my name. Like he had known me, like we had met before. Except, I had never seen this man in my entire life. My body moved before my brain did. I bolted, straight up my driveway, skipping the front steps entirely, my heart slamming against my ribs. I fumbled for the door handle, my fingers slipping on the knob. Finally, the door swung open. I threw myself inside, locked it, and then silence. No footsteps. No van door opening. No engine revving. Just the distant sound of a lawnmower somewhere down the street. I sucked in a breath, my entire body trembling. Then I turned. Pressed my face to the window, just enough to peek out. The van was gone. I didn't tell my parents. I don't know why. Maybe because, at 10 years old, I still didn't quite understand what had almost happened. Or maybe I didn't want to admit that, for the first time in my life, I had been truly afraid. That night I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man smile. His teeth slightly crooked, his eyes too still, and the way he had spoken my name, like he had been waiting for me. Like he had been watching. And for the first time I thought, what if this wasn't the first time he'd seen me? What if this was just the first time I had noticed him? I didn't sleep that night, not even close. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my body stiff with leftover fear. Every sound from outside, the rustling of leaves, the occasional car rolling down the street, made my heart jump into my throat. I kept picturing it. The van. The man's face. The way he said my name, like he had known me forever. And the worst part? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I had never told anyone my walking route. Not my friends, not even my parents. I had begged them to let me walk home alone, swore up and down that I knew the way, that I wouldn't take shortcuts, that I'd always come straight back. They finally agreed on one condition: I had to stick to the same route every day. I had, and somehow that man had known exactly where to find me. The next morning, everything felt off. I went through the motions, got dressed, ate my cereal, packed my bag, but it felt like I was watching myself do it from outside my own body. At breakfast, my mom noticed. "You're quiet," she said, pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Everything okay?" I shrugged, tired. She didn't push. I almost told her. I almost opened my mouth and said, "Mom, a guy in a van followed me home yesterday. He knew my name." But what if she didn't believe me? Or worse, what if she did? What if she never let me go anywhere alone again? I had fought so hard for my independence, for freedom. If I told her, it would be over. So I kept my mouth shut. And for the first time ever, I dreaded walking to school. The morning walk felt different. Everything looked the same: the sidewalk, the houses, the park, but the feeling had shifted. Like the entire world was holding its breath. Every car that passed made my skin crawl. I kept expecting to see that van, that exact shade of white, those tinted windows. Every time I heard an engine slow down, my stomach tightened. But I made it to school, in one piece, and nothing happened. No van, no weird men watching from across the street. By lunchtime, I had almost convinced myself I had overreacted. Almost. Jake noticed something was off. "You're being weird," he said, shoving half a peanut butter sandwich into his mouth. I scowled. "No, I'm not." "Yeah, you are," he swallowed. "You keep looking around like you're about to get attacked." I hesitated. Jake was my best friend. We had known each other since first grade. If anyone would believe me, it was him. So I told him. Not everything. Just the basics. Some guy in a white van had been following me. He had stopped in front of my house and said my name. Jake's chewing slowed. "Dude, I know. You should tell your parents." I shook my head. "They'll never let me walk home alone again." Jake frowned, picking at the crust of his sandwich. After a moment, he said, "Okay, then I'll walk with you." That made my chest loosen a little. "You sure?" I asked. Jake smirked. "Duh. What if you're making it up? I gotta see for myself." I rolled my eyes. Classic Jake. But I was grateful. Because the thought of walking home alone again made my stomach feel wrong. The day dragged. Every time I glanced at the clock, only 5 minutes had passed. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared. Not just of the man. Not just of the van. I was scared because I didn't know why he was there. What if I was just being paranoid? What if he had just been some random guy in a car, parked on the wrong street at the wrong time? But then why had he known my name? By the time the last bell rang, my legs felt shaky. Jake met me outside. "Ready?" I nodded. We started walking. For the first few blocks, nothing happened. Jake was talking about some new video game he wanted, something about laser guns and spaceships. I tried to listen, tried to pretend like everything was normal. But my brain was stuck on the thought, would the van be there again? I glanced behind us. Nothing. I exhaled slowly, unclenching my fists. See, nothing to worry about. Then we turned the corner, and I saw it. Parked right across from the playground. Same white van. Same tinted windows. Jake was still talking, oblivious. I stopped. He noticed and followed my gaze. His voice dropped. "No way." I swallowed. We stood there, neither of us moving, just staring at it. The engine was off. No signs of movement. But I knew. I knew whoever was inside was watching. Jake shifted beside me. "Dude, that's messed up." I nodded, unable to speak. A part of me wanted to run. The other part wanted to pretend I hadn't seen it. "Let's go," Jake muttered, grabbing my sleeve. I let him pull me forward, my pulse hammering. I kept my eyes straight ahead. "Don't look. Don't look." But as we walked, the van's engine rumbled to life, and I felt every hair on my body stand up. Jake cursed under his breath. "It's moving." I already knew, because I could hear it. The slow roll of tires against pavement, keeping pace with us, the same way it had yesterday. I fought the urge to run. I could feel my chest tightening, my hands clammy. The van was creeping along the curb, just far enough behind us that if someone looked out their window, they wouldn't think much of it. But we knew. Jake muttered, "This is bad, man." I nodded, stomach twisting. I didn't know what to do. Jake whispered, "When I say go, we run, cut through the yards." I swallowed. "Okay." The van sped up. Jake tensed. "Go." We bolted, cutting across the first yard, jumping over flower beds, feet pounding against the grass. I heard the van's tires screech. The engine revved. I didn't dare look back. We jumped a low fence, stumbled through someone's bushes, my backpack slamming against my spine. The street was ahead, my house was ahead. Almost there. Almost safe. But then, the van stopped, right at the edge of my driveway. The driver's side window rolled down, and the man leaned out. That same crooked smile. And in that too calm voice he said, "Liam, you don't have to run." I almost threw up, because it wasn't just my name this time. He said, "I'll see you soon." And then he drove away, like nothing had happened, like he was giving me time, like he was letting me wait. Jake and I stood frozen in my driveway, watching the van disappear. It didn't speed away like a getaway car. It didn't screech around a corner or try to lose us. It just drove off, slowly, casually, like it knew something we didn't, like it had all the time in the world. Neither of us spoke for a long time. I was panting hard, shaking, but my feet wouldn't move. My brain felt foggy, like it was struggling to process what had just happened. Then Jake finally said it. "Liam, what the fuck?" I couldn't answer. I turned, walked up the steps, and pushed open my front door, Jake trailing behind. The second we stepped inside, I locked the door. Double-checked it. Checked it again. Jake was pacing now, running a hand through his hair. Dude, what the hell was that? My mouth was dry. My heart was still pounding. I tried to speak, but the words got stuck. Jake wasn't waiting for an answer. He whirled toward me. That guy knew your name. That guy, he was waiting for us. I swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the kitchen counter. I know. He stared at me. How? How does he know you? I shook my head, genuinely terrified. I don't know. Because I didn't. I had never seen him before, never met him. But the way he had spoken, the way he had smiled, it wasn't like a stranger. It was like someone who had been watching for a long time. We sat in my kitchen, not saying much. Jake kept checking his phone, kept swearing under his breath. "Call the cops," he said suddenly. I hesitated. "Jake." "Number, call the cops, Liam. That guy followed us. That guy knows your name." I took a deep breath. The idea made sense, but something about it felt wrong. Like it wouldn't help. Like whoever that man was, he wouldn't just stop because the police knocked on his door. But I had no other option. I pulled out my phone and dialed. The ringing felt way too loud. Then click. 911, what's your emergency? I licked my lips. Hi, Aya. I think someone's following me. The dispatcher's voice was calm. "Can you tell me what happened?" I took a breath. There was this white van. It was parked near my school, and then it followed me home, twice, and the guy inside, he said my name. A pause. "Then he spoke to you?" "Yeah," I said, gripping the phone tighter, "and today he told me he'd see me soon." I expected the dispatcher to sound alarmed, but her tone was neutral, professional. "Did he try to get out of the vehicle? Approach you?" "Number." Another pause. "Did he threaten you?" I hesitated. "I mean, he said he'd see me soon. Isn't that a threat?" The dispatcher sighed, like she'd heard this before. "Do you have a description of the driver?" I tried to think, but the details slipped through my fingers. I could picture the smile, the crooked teeth. But his hair, his clothes, his age, I had no idea. I forced myself to say something. White guy, maybe 40? The dispatcher exhaled. "Did the vehicle have any distinguishing features? Stickers, damage, a license plate?" License plate. Why hadn't I looked? It was just a white van. The dispatcher was quiet for a second. Then, "I can send an officer to patrol your street, but if he didn't get out of the car or make a direct threat, there's not much we can do." My stomach sank. "That's it," I whispered. "If you see him again, try to get a plate number and call us back. In the meantime, stay safe and be aware of your surroundings." Click. The line went dead. I lowered the phone slowly. Jake stared at me. Did they say they were going to do anything? I shook my head. His jaw clenched. "That's bullshit." I didn't disagree. That night, I locked every door, every window. Checked them twice. My brain felt fried from stress, but my body wouldn't let me rest. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting, listening. The street outside was quiet. No engines, no movement. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I got up and looked out my window, I'd see headlights parked just down the road. Waiting. I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I barely ate, didn't want to go to school, didn't want to step outside. But I had to. Jake met me at my driveway. Neither of us said anything. We just started walking, and then halfway down the street, Jake stopped. I turned. What? Then I saw it. The van, parked further down the block, facing us. Jake swore under his breath. I felt actual nausea. I reached for my phone with shaking hands. "Get the plate number," Jake muttered. I focused, read the numbers, typed them into my phone. We turned a corner, kept walking, didn't speak. Then I looked back. The van was gone. I gave the plate number to the police that afternoon. They called back 2 hours later. A male officer cleared his throat. "Son, you sure you got the plate right?" My stomach turned. "Yeah, why?" The officer hesitated. Then, in a careful, measured voice, he said, "That van was reported abandoned 15 years ago." The room spun. I swallowed hard. That doesn't make sense. Another pause. "It was found torched in a field 2 towns over," the officer said. "No owner, no explanation." I didn't know what to say, because there was only one possibility. Either the police had the wrong records, or the van was never supposed to exist anymore. Either way, it was still here, still driving, still following me. Jake slept over that night. We stayed up with the lights on, whispering about possibilities. But nothing made sense. None of it. I checked outside every hour. No van. I told myself that meant we were safe, that it was over. Until around 2 a.m., when I heard something. Not an engine. Not tires on pavement. A sound so soft, so faint. I almost thought I imagined it, but I didn't, because it came again. A whisper, right outside my window. "Liam, I told you I'd see you soon." The day the substitute teacher arrived, it rained so hard the windows rattled. 4th grade was restless from the moment the bell rang, whispers bouncing off the walls, feet swinging beneath desks, pencils tapping. Rain always did that to kids. It made the air feel thick, the room too small, like energy had nowhere to go but out. When the classroom door finally opened, everyone went quiet. The woman who stepped inside was thin, too thin. Her black skirt clung to sharp angles, and her blouse was pressed so stiffly it barely moved when she did. Her hair was pulled back in a bun so tight it looked painful. She didn't smile, didn't clear her throat, didn't introduce herself. Just walked to the front of the room and started writing on the board. Her handwriting was too perfect. No hesitation, no uneven strokes, just smooth, mechanical letters forming 2 words. "Miss Lyle." No "good morning, class." No explanation of where Mrs. Collins had gone. Nothing. The silence stretched. A few students glanced at each other, uncertain. Kids could always sense when something wasn't right, even if they couldn't put it into words. I sat at the second-to-last desk in the row by the window, my backpack still hanging open, forgotten. I didn't know what I had expected, but it wasn't her. I had been in this school since kindergarten, and in all those years, substitute teachers had fit into 2 categories. Overly enthusiastic, trying too hard to win us over. Checked out, barely doing the job. Miss Lyle was neither. She was empty. I had been staring, and when she turned around, my breath hitched, because she was staring directly at me. Her eyes were the wrong color. Not brown, not blue, not green. just gray flat and dull, like old film. The kind of gray that made you think of broken things. I swallowed and looked down at my desk. When I glanced back up, she had already turned away, moving with precise, measured steps toward the teacher's desk. Her shoes didn't make a sound. She picked up the attendance sheet but didn't call names. She just stood there looking at it, her lips slightly parted like she was reading silently to herself. The whole class sat stiffly in their seats, waiting. Minutes passed. Nothing. The rain hammered harder against the glass. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice was wrong. It wasn't raspy or too deep or high-pitched. It was just off, flat, hollow, like the words weren't coming from her but from somewhere behind her. "Take out your math books." "No, please." "No, let's begin. Just a command." Chairs scraped against the floor as we obeyed. I turned to the right page, but my hands felt cold, my stomach twisted in knots. She walked between the desks as we worked, passing so quietly I wouldn't have noticed her if I hadn't been watching. She didn't speak, didn't glance at the clock. Just moved. Up and down the aisles. And then I saw it. She never blinked. Not once. Not as she hovered over students, watching them write. Not as she circled the room, pausing behind chairs for a few long silent moments before moving on. The more I noticed, the harder it was to focus. I kept sneaking glances at her out of the corner of my eye. The way her movements were too precise. The way her hands never seemed to fully unclench. And the way she never touched anything. Not the desk, not the board, not the papers. Her hands hovered just above them, like she wasn't quite there. At lunch, the tension in the classroom finally broke. The moment the bell rang, kids bolted from their seats, a few whispering to each other as they disappeared into the hall. I stayed back. She didn't leave with the rest of us. Didn't say we were dismissed. She just stood at the teacher's desk, facing forward, staring. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I was the last one out. And just before I stepped into the hallway, I made the mistake of looking back. She was still watching me. Her gray eyes locked onto mine, unmoving. I turned and ran. At lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with low chatter, but something was off. Other kids had noticed. "She's weird," Mia whispered, glancing around as if Miss Lyle might be lurking nearby. "Did she even eat anything?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" "I stayed behind to grab my raincoat," she said. "She just sat there. No food, no drink, just sitting." Lucas leaned forward. "She didn't even use a computer. When Mrs. Collins is out, the subs always use the login on the teacher's desktop. But I walked past the room and nothing. The screen was black." We fell silent. "She doesn't blink," I muttered. Mia shuddered. "I thought it was just me." Lucas hesitated, then quietly, "I don't think she has a shadow." My skin went cold. I stared at him, waiting for him to say, "Just kidding," to smirk, to turn it into some weird joke. He didn't. I felt suddenly lightheaded, like my stomach had dropped without warning. Because he wasn't lying. I had noticed it tunely, I hadn't let myself believe it. The way she moved through the classroom, past the windows, past the light, past the places where shadows should have stretched. And yet, nothing followed her. I swallowed hard. We should tell someone. Lucas shook his head. "Who? The principal? What are we supposed to say? Hey, we think the sub isn't human." Mia stabbed her fork into her food. "Maybe she's just sick," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. I glanced across the cafeteria. At the far end, near the staff tables, a few teachers were talking and laughing over their lunches. They looked normal, real. I couldn't explain it, but I knew whatever Miss Lyle was, she wasn't one of them. A quiet, horrible thought crept into my mind, one that made my skin feel too tight, my throat dry. If she wasn't real, if she wasn't supposed to be here, then where was Mrs. Collins? The bell rang before anyone could say anything else. We stood, gathering our trays, and I hesitated. Something told me I shouldn't go back to class. That I should pretend to be sick, go to the nurse's office, anything but walk back into that room. But I didn't. Because deep down I already knew. I already knew that something was waiting for us. And we were about to find out what. The air in the classroom felt wrong when we walked back in. Not cold, not hot just off, like the kind of stillness that came before a thunderstorm. The fluorescent lights hummed too loudly, flickering just slightly, but maybe that was my imagination. Or maybe it wasn't. Miss Lyle stood at the front of the room, facing the chalkboard, not writing, not adjusting papers, just standing there, like she had been there the entire time waiting. I hesitated by the door, gripping the strap of my backpack. The rest of the class shuffled past me, their voices lower than usual, their movements careful. I glanced at Mia. She avoided my gaze. Lucas did too. Because we all felt it. We knew something wasn't right. And yet we sat down anyway. Miss Lyle finally moved. Slow, deliberate, she turned toward us, her hands still pressed close to her sides. Those gray eyes, flat and motionless, swept across the room, taking us in one by one. She didn't smile, didn't speak. And then she did something I still can't explain. She tilted her head. Not a normal tilt, not the kind people do when they're curious or confused. It was too slow, too exact, like a machine calculating something. Her neck shouldn't have bent that way. The room felt impossibly quiet. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice was just as empty as before. Continue working from page 73. Chairs creaked as kids pulled out their books. Pages turned, pencils scratched. Everyone was too afraid to do anything but obey. I flipped open my own textbook, but I wasn't reading. I was watching. She didn't sit at the teacher's desk. She just stood there, watching us. Watching me. I kept my eyes on my book, but I could feel it, that unblinking stare drilling into the side of my face. I tried to ignore it. I tried not to look. But I did. And the moment I glanced up, she moved. Not a normal movement. She didn't step, didn't shift. 1 second, she was at the front of the room. The next, she was behind me. I didn't hear her move. I didn't see it. But she was there, standing inches from my chair. My breath locked in my throat. I couldn't turn around. I couldn't. I stared straight ahead, fingers digging into the edge of my desk. Then, she leaned down, close enough that I felt the air change, the unnatural stillness around her. And in the smallest, quietest voice, she whispered my name. Not out loud. Inside my head, I shot up from my chair so fast it scraped against the floor. The noise shattered the silence, and all eyes snapped toward me. Miss Lyle remained where she was, staring at me with that blank, unreadable face. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but no words came out. Her gaze stayed locked onto mine, and for the first time I saw it. A flicker of something beneath her skin. A ripple, like static on an old television screen, distorting her features for the briefest second before smoothing out again. I backed away, my breath uneven. Two need to go to the nurse. Miss Lyle didn't react. She didn't nod, didn't ask if I was okay. She just stared. And then, so quietly I almost didn't hear it. She said, "Hurry back." Not a command. A warning. I grabbed my things and ran. I didn't go to the nurse. I went straight to the office. The hallway felt impossibly long as I walked, my mind racing. My legs still felt shaky from whatever had happened back there, my stomach twisting itself into knots. The receptionist barely glanced up when I entered. "Something wrong?" I nodded, my throat dry. "Two need to talk to the principal." Her fingers hovered over her keyboard. About what? The substitute, Miss Lyle. She frowned slightly, tilting her head. Who? I swallowed. The sub, the one covering for Mrs. Collins. A longer pause. Then she glanced at her computer screen, scrolled, checked something. A slow, uneasy expression crossed her face. We don't have a Miss Lyle on record, she said. My heart stopped. I gripped the counter. That's not possible. She's in my classroom right now. The receptionist's face paled. Mrs. Collins never called out today. The words didn't make sense at first. I stood there, frozen, trying to make it make sense. I turned back toward the hallway. The door to my classroom was barely visible at the end of it. Everything inside me screamed to run. Instead, I whispered, "Then who is in my classroom?" The principal called security. I sat in the front office, hands gripping the chair beneath me, my mind spiraling. The hallways were too quiet. The rain outside had stopped. Everything felt suspended, like time was waiting to see what would happen next. 15 minutes passed. Then 20. Finally, the principal returned. Her face was blank, unreadable. There was no one in the classroom. I blinked. What? She sat down across from me, folding her hands neatly. The students were sitting quietly at their desks. No teacher present, no sign that one had ever been there. My pulse thundered. That's not. I shook my head. That's not possible. She was there. She was just there. A pause. Then, "Are you feeling all right?" I stared at her. Something wasn't right. The way she was looking at me, the way her fingers tapped against the desk too rhythmically. A horrible thought slithered into my mind. I turned toward the receptionist. She was watching me now. So was the janitor by the supply closet, the office aide by the window. Their eyes too still, too expectant. The air in the room shifted, and suddenly I knew. I wasn't supposed to ask questions. I wasn't supposed to notice. I wasn't supposed to see. Miss Lyle was gone, but something else was still here, watching, waiting. And now they knew that I knew. The office was too quiet. The kind of quiet that wasn't empty but watching. The principal sat across from me, her hands folded neatly on the desk. The receptionist had stopped typing, her fingers hovering just above the keyboard. Even the janitor, who had been mopping the same tile for the past 5 minutes, stood still. His eyes settled on me. Something was wrong, and I had made a mistake. I had noticed. The realization hit me so hard I nearly choked on it. My stomach clenched, my hands gripping the chair beneath me so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wasn't supposed to notice that Miss Lyle had never blinked. I wasn't supposed to ask where Mrs. Collins was. I wasn't supposed to tell them, but I had. And now they were all staring. The principal smiled, but it was too polite, too controlled. "You seem a little disoriented," she said gently. "Maybe you should go lie down in the nurse's office for a while." Number. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, but I didn't, not yet. Because if I ran now, I wouldn't make it. I had to be careful. I forced myself to swallow the panic rising in my throat, forced myself to nod. Yeah, maybe I just need some air. Her smile didn't waver. She stood slowly, like she had all the time in the world. "I'll walk you there," she said. The janitor had stopped mopping completely. He was just standing there, staring at the floor like he was listening. I couldn't stay here. I had to get back to my classroom. The second the principal stepped toward me, I moved. Fast. I pushed back from the chair and bolted into the hallway before she could grab my arm. I heard her voice sharp, calling after me, but I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. The hallway stretched too long in front of me. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, buzzing softly. I felt like I was running in slow motion, like the air had thickened around me, trying to hold me in place. I turned the corner, my shoes skidding against the linoleum. My classroom door was open. I burst inside, breathless, expecting chaos, expecting the students to be gone, to see nothing but empty desks and silence. But no, they were still there, sitting at their desks just as I had left them. Except now, they weren't moving. Every single one of them sat perfectly still, not writing, not whispering, just waiting. My breath hitched. Then Mia turned her head toward me. Slow, too slow, like a puppet on invisible strings. My stomach dropped. Her lips parted, but her voice was flat, wrong. "The principal is looking for you." I took a step back. Lucas turned his head next, the exact same way. "You should go to the nurse's office," he said. My heartbeat hammered against my ribs. This wasn't real. This wasn't real. I scanned the room, chest tightening. They weren't blinking. Not a single one of them. Then I saw the desk. Mrs. Collins' desk. For the first time, I noticed something was different. Her chair was pushed back, like someone had been there. But no one was. Or had been. A sickening realization churned in my stomach. Mrs. Collins hadn't called out. She had never left. And now I had no idea where she was. A sound echoed behind me, a soft click. The classroom door had shut. I spun around, and my chest nearly caved in on itself. Miss Lyle stood in front of it, blocking the exit. She hadn't been there a second ago, but now she was. Standing perfectly still, her arms at her sides, those lifeless gray eyes boring into me. The air in the room changed. Not colder, not warmer. Just different. Like the space itself had warped, like it was no longer part of the school, no longer part of anything. My skin crawled. I took a slow step backward. "Where is Mrs. Collins?" Miss Lyle tilted her head. That same unnatural tilt. The classroom groaned, not loudly, not like the building was shifting, but like the very air inside it had stretched. She took a step toward me. Not walking. Gliding. Like her feet weren't touching the floor at all. I felt something in me snap. I ran. I dove past the desks, knocking over chairs, my pulse a roaring sound in my ears. I reached for the window, slammed it open. The world outside wasn't there. Just blackness. No playground, no parking lot, no sky. Nothing. I stumbled back, my breath ragged. The classroom wasn't real anymore. A whisper curled around my mind, soft as silk. "You were never supposed to notice." I turned toward her, toward it. Miss Lyle's face rippled. For a brief moment, I saw something else beneath it. Something empty. Something that shouldn't exist. A shape without a shape. A presence that had been here long before me and would be here long after. And then, the door burst open. The spell shattered. Reality slammed back into place so fast it hurt. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The classroom window showed the real world outside the playground, the sky, the teachers walking by. I gasped, my knees weak, collapsing to the floor. Mrs. Collins stood in the doorway. Real, tangible, alive. She frowned, stepping inside. What on earth? I turned back to the classroom, my head still spinning. The desks, the kids, all of them were normal. Lucas blinked at me, confused. Mia whispered something to the girl beside her. The chairs I had knocked over were upright again, like nothing had happened. Miss Lyle was gone. Vanished. Like she had never been there. Mrs. Collins knelt beside me, concern in her eyes. "Are you all right?" I couldn't speak, couldn't move. because I knew they wouldn't remember. Not the students, not the teachers. No one. It had erased itself. I sat there, gasping, my whole body trembling. Mrs. Collins helped me up, but I barely felt it. I turned toward the chalkboard. It was clean. No sign of anything, except at the very bottom, written in the faintest chalk. A message. Just for me. I will return when you forget. I never spoke about it. Not to my parents, not to my friends, not even to Lucas or Mia. Because I knew the truth. It was still there, waiting for another student, for another day, for when someone else noticed. Because that's how it works. It waits until someone sees what they shouldn't, and then it plays the game all over again.